you are carrying a mobile phone with you today, could you please make sure it's either turned off or turned to silent, please, so it doesn't interfere with the running of the meeting. Just so you know who's in front of you today, to my right are officers from our Democratic Services and legal team. To my left are the officers from our planning department. We okay? No worries. Yes, the planning officers who will be outlining the applications before us, and on the wings of the table are the members of the committee who will be debating and ultimately deciding the applications before us. Just for those of you who are aware, today this meeting is a hybrid meeting, so that means it's being held in the canal side at North Petherton, but we're also online, so we will be joined by some members of the public to view and also to speak, and also I believe some officers today who will be joining us through Teams. It is worth just reminding everyone that only members of the committee who are present within the room are able to vote on applications. They have to be actually physically in the meeting to be able to cast a vote. If I could just remind members and those of you who are registered to speak, you don't need to turn the microphones on. They are controlled from the rear of the room, so they will be enabled once you indicate that you wish to speak. The format of the meeting is that we'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the background and detail of the application, and then where we have a member of the public registered to speak, they'll come and address us from the speakers table. Once that has taken place, then members will then debate and ultimately decide the application that we have before us. I would just also remind members and members of the public that this meeting, as well as being broadcast, is also being recorded, so it is available online after we have completed today's meeting. Once the debate has been finished, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a motion. Members will then vote on that, and then we will outline again, to be clear, what the result of the vote is that has taken place. Right, if we move then on to, I think, the agenda for today, before we actually start the meeting proper, as I mentioned before, this meeting was adjourned from Tuesday of last week due to the Queen's funeral and her death. I would just ask members and members of the public, if you are able to stand, please, if you could stand for a minute's silence before we commence, please. Thank you very much. Right, if we move to our agenda, I would just mention for members of the public who are joining us online, if you could keep your cameras turned off until you're called to speak. I would just mention, actually, Councillor Mason, you'll by all means stay with us this morning, but actually the application for Compton Bishop is this afternoon's agenda. So if you wish to be with us, that's absolutely great, but I wouldn't want you sitting here for the next 4 hours if you were waiting for the application to come up soon. No problem at all. Okay, so if we move then to item 1 on our agenda, which is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for this morning, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from councillors Hayward, Hendry, Murphy, Revans and Scott.
Thank you. Do any other members know of any other members' apologies? Okay, thank you very much. Item 2 on our agenda is minutes of previous meetings. We have a number of sets of minutes, so The first one we have on our agenda is the 5th of April. Are there any amendments to those minutes that any members have? And if not, I would be looking for a proposer that they're a true and accurate record. Thank you. I've got Councillor Grimes and Councillor Kingham. All those in favour of those being signed as such, please show. That's clearly carried. Then the next was the 26th of April. Are there any amendments to those? If not, again, looking for a proposer that are true and accurate record, please. Thank you. Councillors Bolt and Kingham. All those in favour that I sign them as such. That's clearly carried. We also have the minutes of the tree preservation order panel held on the 9th of June. I think that was a fairly select band of members, and there's only 2 of us here who are actually present. Okay, so we'll note that those have been presented to members, and also the meeting of the 18th of July. Again, just for those who haven't come across those before, if Sedgemoor wishes to serve a tree preservation order on a tree or a group of trees, the person whose land it is, they can appeal that. That is what's then taken to the tree preservation order panel to see whether that appeal is upheld or not, or whether the notice that was served is actually confirmed. And that's the purpose of the tree preservation order panel. Item 3 on the agenda is urgent business. I've not been advised that there is any urgent business today that isn't covered by our agenda. So item 4 is public speaking time for members of the public, for those of you who are present in the room and those who are joining us online. As I mentioned earlier, we'll follow the format is that the applications are taken in turn as per the list that we have before us today. The officers will give the background of those applications and the detail, and then I'll ask the speakers either in this room or online to come forward to the chair for those who are in the room. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll see that time on the clock at the front of the room, and so that counts the time down, so you can see how much time you've got left to go. If you can draw your comments to a close before that 3 minutes finishes, that would be great. For those who are doing it online, you can't see the clock, so I will actually interrupt you when there's a minute of your time left to go, just to let you know you've got that to wind up your comments within that final time. So if we move on to item 5, which is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations from members this morning? We'll start with Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's application 1422-406 on page 80. It's a plan application in Catcock, which is in my ward. I've taken no part in any communications at all on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 86, it's in my county division, but I've taken no part in any discussions on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Pearce.
Is it on? Oh, thank you. For applications on pages 51, 63 and 73, they're the Bridgewater applications. I declare a personal interest as a member of Bridgewater Town Council, but I've not taken part in any discussion. Thank you.
Okay. And the same for Councillor Glassford. Okay. Any others? In which case it's then just myself, which is the same declaration as Councillor Grimes. The application on page 86 is within my division, but I've taken no part in any of the discussions. For members of the public, it's important that you know if there's any background that a member has had in any of the applications before us today. We have a standing order within this committee which basically says that members can either get involved at the town and parish council decision-making level or at the district. They can't do both. The reason for that is to avoid what's called predetermination, that in effect, if you've already voted on it at the first level, before it comes to us, it could be perceived that you've made your mind up before you've come here. So where you've heard members say today they've taken no part in those earlier discussions, that's why they have to step out at that stage so they can actually be involved and vote. If they were involved earlier on, then literally they would have to declare that at this meeting, and they would leave the meeting and take no part in the vote that takes place on the applications. Right, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, with the actual planning applications themselves. The first application we have before us is on, I believe, page 51 and is 27 Wemden Road. And if, I think, is it Mr. Noon, are you introducing this one?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Share the screen first. No.
Not on the screen yet.
Apologies. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for the change of use of a B&B to a house in multiple occupation. Property is at 27 Wemden Road, which is an end of terrace property, substantial property, has been operated as a 7-bed B&B, and it's proposed to change that to an 8-bed HMO. So just to sort of locate ourselves, the property there off on the south side there of Wemden Road backs onto the canal, and the town centre is sort of over here. You can see that's the cinema building, or the current cinema building, just for point of reference. Zooming in a bit closer, to say it's sort of end of terrace, substantial property with a long rear garden and parking area backing down to the canal. And just see down here, the primary school just to the south of the site, with footpath access to the primary school, just about running in through there. It's not the main entrance, but it's sort of secondary entrance to the school. So for the purposes of the application, the red line site indicated here, running alongside, you can see there in grey, that's that secondary footpath access to the school, and the canal to the rear, Wemden Road at the front. In terms of the layout as existing, we have the sort of the property with a garden area and room there for 7 parking spaces to the rear, with a garage or store building at the very back end. And then the ground floor arrangement on the left-hand side as existing, first floor in the middle and second floor, top floor to the right. At the moment, the downstairs arrangement is sort of kitchen, reception, dining room and stores and things like that, with the bedrooms up above and a study to the rear at the top floor. This is the proposed layout. So downstairs on the left-hand side, mostly that's sort of operational accommodation, so a staff room, reception and kitchen to the rear, with stores and utility room and the conservatory at the very rear. 1 bedroom now down at the front, ground floor, then upstairs 2 bedrooms at the front and 1 at the rear, with sort of shared bathrooms and toilet facilities. And then the top floor is now sort of 2 bedrooms at the front and 2 at the rear. Photographs, very distinctive property. It's the one with that sort of tower feature on the front. You can see down there, there's the access to the rear garden area. You can see the sign for the school just here on the right. Looking a little closer, you can see just down to the parking area to the rear. The school access is just on the right hand side of that hedge. Just moving around just to show, there's the school entrance there, just to sort of fix it. You can see it's a very substantial property, large rear addition, accommodation over 3 levels. This is just stood in the access to the school, just looking back at the property. So again, you've got this sort of feature on the another bay feature on the rear. And then stood just really to the other side, the sort of property side of that same fence, looking back towards the main road. This little area here on the right would be the bin stores. and then just looking into that existing parking area, which is sort of has provided ample parking for that B&B use. Just looking into a couple of the rooms, the property has been refurbished. The use has not yet started. The application is solely for the change of use. There have been no works carried out that need planning permission at the moment. So we can see top right is that bedroom, the downstairs bedroom at the front. The staff room is top left on this picture. There's a reception room, bottom left, and then the kitchen, bottom right. And going upstairs, starting sort of top right there, that's the bedroom at the front of the house. You can see, and then below that is a sort of shared shower, and then that rear bedroom at the bottom right, and then going sort of continuing around clockwise, the rear bedroom, shared shower facility there, and a little kitchenette up there in this room here. So it's all sorts of individual bedrooms with sort of shared facilities, as one would expect in an HMO. And then just that top floor, the two front bedrooms on the top right, middle right, and then the rear bedrooms, bottom right, bottom left, and then the shared facilities, a WC and a shower, the two pictures on the top left. So in terms of the key issues, we would regard this as a sustainable location close to the town centre, appropriate for residential use. The loss of the existing B&B accommodation is not objectionable, nor is the use of the property as an HMO in this location considered objectionable. In terms of the standard of accommodation, we have 8 bedrooms, all to an acceptable standard that meet HMO requirements that would be covered by housing licensing. There is a communal space in terms of the garden for residents. In terms of the highways issues, there's no reason to assume this would generate any increased use of the access over and above the previous B&B use. The space to the rear would provide parking for several vehicles, up to seven have previously been used there, and that access arrangement is unchanged from what has previously operated in connection with the B&B, so no highways issues are raised. In terms of visual impact, there are no external changes. All the changes we've seen on the photograph have been internal only, so it is really the only use, the only material consideration here is the change of use. There are no visual impact issues generated by that change of use. The issue that's created a lot of local concern is the impact in terms of the living conditions of surrounding neighbours. There have been no changes to the building itself, so not considered that there will be any sort of increased overlooking from the property or overshadowing or any of those sort of impacts on the neighbours' living conditions. In terms of concerns raised over the impact on the neighbouring properties, and there's concern raised about the impact on the local school, what we would stress here is that the proposed change is residential in nature. It is an HMO. It's a house in multiple occupation. It is not proposed as a hostel or anything like that. There's no reason to assume that the occupiers of an HMO would behave in an antisocial manner that would generate concerns in terms of material planning considerations. Nevertheless, in light of the concerns that have been raised, we have discussed this with the police architectural liaison officer, and we have, as a result of that, sort of agreed with the applicant as the use of the building will be subject to on-site management, which we are suggesting as a condition. That is condition number 5 on page 62 of the agenda papers, just to say that it will be operated in accordance with that management plan. That's sort of got additional security measures in there, including CCTV. We're also, at the sort of suggestion of the architectural liaison officer, the police, condition 4, we would be looking to agree measures so that the development would meet the standards of the Secure by Design accreditation process. Normally that applies to new build, but it can apply to existing buildings where a change of use is proposed. It is likely there will be a degree of overlap with the management plan in terms of securing the building, making sure entry is secure, and that it is properly managed. So subject to those two conditions, the recommendation is that there would be no adverse impact in material planning terms on the living conditions of the adjoining neighbours, and subject to the 5 conditions set out on page 62, the recommendation is of approval. Thank you.
You'll see that we have a couple of speakers. We're actually going to take Sarah Stillwell first, please, if you'd like to come forward. Good morning. As mentioned earlier, you'll see the time on the clock. Start whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Sarah Stillwell. I manage the Housing and Homelessness Service at Sedgemoor District Council. Currently, 52% of the housing register consists of people who are seeking one-bedroom accommodation. The demand in Sedgemoor alone for one-bedroom properties is 1,211 households, and last year there were 192 one-bedroom general purpose properties that were available to let. So this leaves a shortfall of over 1,000 properties. These figures speak for themselves in that there is an extreme shortage of accommodation for single people, many of which don't fall within a priority need category for accommodation in line with homeless legislation. Therefore, we rely on organisations like ARC to enable us to bridge that gap by providing small HMOs for single people and couples who may find themselves in insecure housing situations, which can often lead to rough sleeping. In Sedgemoor, we have been successful in reducing rough sleeping in recent years by almost 80%. This is partly down to recent bids to the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities to improve services for those sleeping rough in the area, but also the work we carried out under Everyone In, which was a response to the COVID situation for rough sleepers to ensure that everyone was offered housing during the COVID pandemic. We made sure that everyone who had been verified as a rough sleeper had an offer of accommodation during this period of time. Once the COVID pandemic became more manageable and normal life started to resume, funding for this temporary accommodation ceased. And Sedgemoor didn't want to have to turn these people back into insecure housing situations or indeed back to living on the street. However, we'd already started to do some work with ARC to commission some HMOs in Bridgewater for local people. These additional units have proved to be invaluable to create a safe and supportive home for people who would otherwise be in very vulnerable housing situations. Large-scale hostels can be daunting for individuals and can present with management issues. Therefore, the preference is for smaller units dotted throughout the district, offering varying levels of support to meet the needs of the individuals and the needs of the community. This also enables individuals to reside in an area where they are familiar and have family and friends. A range of models are required to help meet housing demand. Housing is often much more than providing a roof, and we are reliant on housing providers and charities to work with us to meet local need. There are numerous issues on the horizon, including the cost of living crisis and supporting households from Ukraine. So the more accommodation options that are available, the better for the district and the better for the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I could ask Andy Price to come forward, please.
Thank you.
That's all right, no problem. Again, you'll see the time on the clock, so start whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I'm Andy Price. I'm the Chief Executive of ARC. Thanks for this opportunity. In strictly planning terms, as per the officer's report and the recommendations, I'm struggling to see how members would not approve this application. I don't feel the need to make the case too much further. The report is very clear. Instead, I want to use my time to try to reassure those who objected, those with concerns and fears about, I'm calling it Tower House because although it's 27 Wemden Road, that's the name of the property, that's what we have been referring to it as. Those with concerns and fears about Tower House providing accommodation for 8 people who are either homeless or in insecure accommodation. ARC is a not-for-profit exempt charity with hundreds of local supporters and donors. We have an extensive track record of working with people who might otherwise be sleeping on the street to help them to turn around their lives and move on to more permanent independent accommodation. We've invested significant resources and will continue to do so in Tower House to ensure it will provide good quality, secure accommodation, along with support for up to 4 men and 4 women. Whilst there's no fixed term of residency, I'd like to reiterate something that the officer made. This is not emergency accommodation. There will not be a high turnover. It's not a transient population, and certainly not much less than if the property was retained as B&B. Anticipated stays are 6 to 12 to 18 months per resident, but will be needs led by their needs and the ability to find more permanent accommodation. We will achieve the Secure by Design accreditation as per within a few months of the property owning, as per the officer's recommendation and the conditions set out in the report. The property and the grounds will all have 24-hour monitored CCTV. Tower House will be well staffed by skilled and experienced support and pathway workers. I'd also want to say, and I think it's important to say, that all the people housed in Tower House are local people. They will be local people. They're living right now in the community, though some may be sleeping in shop doors or local parks, or in the case of some more vulnerable homeless people, usually but not exclusively women, at the risk of exploitation as the only way to find a bed for the night. Almost all will be referrals from Sedgemoor District Council, from the Housing and Homeless Unit, as Sarah said, with whom we have a very good relationship, as the provision of Tower House helps the council to meet local housing needs. If, and hopefully when, the application is successful, ARC will listen and work with our neighbours and the wider community to help overcome concerns and any problems if they arise. I can't promise there'll never be problems. From time to time, I'm sure there will, but ARC is approachable, visible, and will work positively with the community and the council to find solutions. Tower House will also help our work to overcome the fears, the stigmas and stereotypes of people who have not been as fortunate as others, and to help them to better able to contribute to wider society and to achieve their potential. Thank you.
Thank you, and perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, start with Councillor Pearce.
Is it on? Oh,
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, well, there is certainly a need for this type of accommodation, and certainly in principle, I support that. It's just acknowledging there were over 300 letters of objection, so a sort of a head of steam had built up around concerns. So it's just seeking a little more reassurance about the management and future liaison with the school in particular, because I can't see any response. I may have missed it, but I can't see any response from the school, and that's the closest neighbour that's probably will have ongoing liaison and people bringing concerns to them. So you mentioned, I'm happy to see the Secure by Design, and I'm happy to see the paragraph about high risk occupants. The town council had raised an issue around HMO licensing, a sort of ongoing licensing monitoring. So I'd like some reassurance on that, please.
Thank you. Just, we had comments from the school. I don't know if they teased out directly in the report, but
I think if I come on to the information that they had, the condition that you've seen, I can't remember if it's 4 or 5, sort of conditioned them to the management community engagement pack that they've submitted. There is quite a long list of bullet points on page 52 and 53 in terms of the measures of management, while sort of Adrian's looking for that. I didn't see within that list specific liaison with the school, but that could be added if that were of a particular concern, because you're right, locally there was quite a lot of contention and concern from residents in terms of proximity of this site to the school and the footpath. Fear of crime is a material consideration, so it is something that we should be considering. But looking at the bullet points that were on the management plan that's been submitted, we were satisfied that that kind of covered it. But if you wanted to add in sort of liaison with the school, I'm sure the applicant would be happy to have that added into the engagement. Adrian's now found the school comment, so I'll let him cover that.
Thank you. Yes, their concerns sort of related to what they perceived as a number of high-risk individuals. They highlight their job to keep the school, just keeps children safe. In particular, sort of the older year 5 and 6s who would be walking, who are often walk to school, and they wanted to be. It'd be harder to ensure that children feel safe. Is their fear. They expressed sort of reservations about whether or not the CCTV and the staffing would mitigate everything, and they sort of mentioned that sort of risk to the local community from this sort of operation. Now that obviously sort of raises a number of concerns for us. I mean, we don't agree with the school that the good management of the site we feel would adequately mitigate the impact. Certainly, if there is a channel open for local concerns to be raised from the school or from residents through that management plan, we can make sure that is in there. And in terms of the different, they're sort of raising an issue there in terms of the number of high-risk individuals. Well, as the speakers have said, this isn't intended as a sort of a hostel where you might get a high churn of people coming in for a very short period. The aim here is to provide people with homes for anything up to 18 months, I think was said there. That would require a change of use. So what we're being asked to approve today is an HMO in residential use. A hostel is a different use, and they would always need planning permission to do that. And the description of development makes that clear that that is what we're approving. So if there was a creeping change of use, there would be an enforcement issue and a regularising application would be needed if they wanted to move away from an HMO. So I think the fact that we are approving asking you to approve a very specific use as an HMO in residential use, subject to those conditions, we feel that that gives us the control going forward. What we can do is just make sure that the management plan includes that sort of open channel for any locals' concerns to be raised.
The issue from the town council about the licensing and it being an HMO.
Yes, the license, because it's an HMO, there is a role for council's licensing department to oversee that. So again, we retain a second line of control there.
Okay. Councillor Kingham. We pass the microphone down. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. Similar concerns to Councillor Pearce, but obviously it's been explained. And as the applicant said, they're putting in security. It's going to be run by professional management. So I don't have a problem with this, and I'd like to move the recommendation.
And just to confirm, that would be with the additional clarification about the communications with the school?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Glassford.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from members? I think as we've heard, obviously, there were a number of issues that have been raised by the local community. I think the applicant and the officers appear to have worked hard to make sure that those are addressed. So I understand that's why there's not quite as much debate as there might have been otherwise, because I think a lot of the work has been done before it's come to committee. So thank you very much. We've had the recommendation moved and seconded, which is to grant permission subject to that amendment of I think it's the management document that would actually, so that would take into account where the liaison would come in that.
Yes, we will review that document and ask for an updated one if it needs it before issuing.
Okay. All those in favour of that permission to be granted, please show. To be unanimous. That is clearly carried. That is unanimous. So permission is granted. Right, members, if you move to the next application, we have a speaker present, and that's on page 63. We remain within Bridgewater, but I think it's now going to be Mr. Titchener who's going to present this one. Thank you very much. Excuse me, sorry.
Screen, do I need to have a...
If you open it. mean running them both together.
So, yeah, that was always the intention.
They could have 6 minutes. So, members, just to clarify, on your speakers list, we've got a speakers registered against application on page 63. You'll have realised that the application on 73 is very closely linked to this. So the presentation that will be given will actually be on both of those applications together, but we will be voting individually when it comes to the motions. And that does mean that the speakers who are present, if they wish to have 6 minutes, can have 6 minutes because there are two being taken at the same time. But don't feel obliged to take 6 minutes. Okay, Mr. Titchener, start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application, land at Salmon Parade, East Quay, New Road, Eastover in Bridgewater. It's proposed enhancements of some of those roads, the Salmon Parade, East Quay, New Road, including alterations to the existing highway, resurfacing, cycle and pedestrian accessibility, hard and soft landscaping and associated works. The reason there's two applications, one is a planning permission, the other is a listed building consent. The application is before members of the committee because Sedgemoor District Council is the applicant. The listed building consent is needed because some of the works to the highway are on Town Bridge, which is a listed structure. The yellow circle sort of indicates the broad area of the proposal. It is a scheme which is part of the Bridgewater Vision, Sedgemoor's Bridgewater Vision project to deliver street space improvements along the Celebration Mile, that being the route from Bridgewater train station to the docks. Members will recall the recent Clare Street scheme that was brought to committee a couple of cycles ago, which is also part of the same wider Celebration Mile proposals. So the project is the culmination of parts of the Bridgewater Vision, which has been in place for about 10 years and sets a framework for a number of improvements in Bridgewater. It's also a priority in Sedgemoor's local plan and in Somerset County Council's recently published Bridgewater Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan. So overall, it would be seen as a strategic priority for Sedgemoor. So this plan just shows in very high level detail, and I'll come on to some of the more specific aspects shortly, the works which are to Eastover, East Quay, here, Salmon Parade and Town Bridge. There's some small works at the lower end of New Road as well. Quite a bit of the works are to do with the Forearm Junction, which connects these four roads here. The area is predominantly is retail focused, as members will be aware of. If you walk along Eastover, with smaller numbers of retail units on East Quay and Salmon Parade, though there are also some residents in further south in those locations. Some buildings either side of the route are listed, and the sort of western part of the scheme does fall within the Bridgewater Conservation Area. This is a sort of zoomed in map showing some of the changes, particularly around that Forearm Junction. So our various works are proposed to increase the space for pedestrians and cyclists in order to improve the quality of the area and make it more attractive, and therefore also increase the potential for regeneration. Proposals will see Eastover and Town Bridge made one way to vehicular traffic. So that's one way moving in a westerly direction. East Quay will be made one way in a northerly direction, and Salmon Parade in a southerly direction, with speed limits reduced to 20 miles per hour throughout the area. Contraflow cycle lanes are then to be provided in the opposite directions on these roads. So these sort of indicated by this sort of buff sort of colouring, indicated here and here. So that will allow bicycle movements to effectively move two ways in the streets, either with the carriageway flow in the one-way direction or against the carriageway flow, making use of the contraflow lanes where those are provided. The existing junction of the four roads is to be narrowed to make the crossing easier and safer for pedestrians. That will be combined with the reduced vehicle movements through the area. That would also act to connect Eastover better, the area of Eastover better with the town centre. The existing junction and the level of traffic moving through it certainly acts as a barrier to connectivity between the town centre and Eastover, as anyone who's tried to cross it will probably be quite aware. You tend to have to have eyes in the back of your head. Parking provision on Eastover is being removed to allow for wider pavements outside the shops to increase the pedestrian experience and to allow space for shops to overflow, or some of the cafes to have on-street seating, for example. Vehicle space for vehicle loading is being retained with loading bays here and another further east within the scheme to allow for lorries to offload. There is provision for disabled parking spaces being retained here and another further east as well. There is the existing taxi rank, which is on East Quay here, which is currently on the east side of East Quay, is being moved to the west side, but ultimately retained. New CCTV is also to be installed throughout the proposal. This plan just shows the eastern end of the scheme, so where the scheme adjoins onto the A38. So again, the footways along these sections will be widened. There will be the loading bays and disabled space that I mentioned. Two-way vehicle movement is retained from the junction of Church Street onwards, so that any residents of Church Street would still have free access to and from their properties in vehicles and can access the A38 in that direction. And then these plans show Salmon Parade. So they show the one-way system along the length of Salmon Parade, and where it comes down to, it would terminate just here, just at the entrance to the former Bridgewater Hospital car park, and then so in relatively close proximity to the A38 junction there. And I just want to come on some photographs of the existing site. So this, many people are familiar with, this is that Forearm Junction I've referred to of East Quay, Eastover, Town Bridge and Salmon Parade. It's currently very wide and quite difficult to cross. Vehicles can approach it from all directions at present and tends to be fairly busy. The proposals will enable the narrowing of this junction, so reducing the space that pedestrians have to traverse the carriageway to get to the other side. And that, combined with reduced vehicle traffic, will make it an easier and safer place for pedestrians to be able to cross. Particularly, I guess the second photo is quite useful because it shows a mother with a buggy, and these kind of junctions are even more difficult to cross, where you have small children perhaps involved, or parents or elderly users. So combining sort of reduction in width, reduction in vehicle speeds will make it a more safer place and a more pleasant place. These photographs show East Quay, where the one-way carriageway will be provided, and with the carriageway narrowed and the contraflow cycle lane provided, and the footpaths will then be increased in width. And as I said, the existing taxi rank is to be relocated over onto the other side of the carriageway. These photographs show Town Bridge, so that's the upper picture, that's the listed structure I mentioned, and that will also have the contraflow cycleway provided, and the lower photo shows Eastover, where you can see the pavements aren't particularly wide at present, so those will be widened to provide greater space for pedestrians. This will be made one way, and there will be the two-way, there will be the contraflow cycle lane heading in the other direction. Top photo here just shows the junction of New Road. So again, we're having footways widened here, crossing points retained across Eastover, so that pedestrians can get to and from both sides of Eastover via this crossing point. The bottom photograph shows the junction of Church Street, effectively where two-way vehicle traffic is being retained from here and heading eastwards. So more limited changes at that end of the scheme. These photographs show sort of the lower end of, the top photograph shows the lower end of Salmon Parade, which again, like the other arms, is to be one way with the contraflow cycle lane. The footways to be widened, particularly outside the former listed hospital building, where you can see the canopied porch is currently hard up to the edge of the footway, so the footways will extend further out into the carriageway, providing more space, a bit more relief for that building, which is quite hard up to the carriageway edge. and more space and separation of that building from the vehicle lane. So these are some of the images that were provided as part of the supporting documents, which just show some photographs of the site and some artist impressions of the sort of, once the scheme is likely to be in place. So what is proposed is high quality public realm improvements. So there'll be new seating, as shown some of the images, and there will be changes to surfacing materials to replace tarmac in some places with more higher quality York flagstones. There'll be new feature trees proposed throughout to add some greenery and visual interest. The council's conservation officer has been involved in discussions and has concluded that the scheme will enhance the appearance of the area through the removal of parking and creation of new high quality public realm. Conditions will be imposed on the permission to secure the type of materials used in surfacing works to ensure that high quality finish appropriate to the conservation area. Such improvements should improve pedestrian visitor experience of the area, increasing footfall and the likelihood of longer visits. So it should have wider regeneration benefits and result in economic improvement in the area. Again, another artist's impression of that junction. So with these changes, so it's just showing the changes in road layout. So the Bridgewater Cycling Campaign and Somerset County Council in their consultation responses did raise some queries about the design of this junction as it was originally submitted, and felt that as it was originally proposed, there was potential for some conflict between pedestrians and cyclists. That was because the cycle lanes didn't extend fully up to the end of the junction. There was sort of an insert onto the pavement, effectively, where cyclists would have to sort of join the carriageway and then come back off the carriageway. And this is a place in the scheme where likely pedestrians would already be dwelling because they were trying to cross the footpath. So if in what would have been a shared use. So that was changed in response to those comments. So the cycle lanes now sort of come very much up to the carriageway, up to the edge of the carriageway. So there's no sharing of space between pedestrians and cyclists. So that removes that potential area of conflict in that place. The cycle campaign had also requested physical barriers to separate out the cycle lane along the contraflow lane. Such as sort of some kind of wands or barriers, but government advice does not require these in areas where vehicles are as low as or as anticipated to be along this street. So it isn't felt necessary to provide that level of provision. Nonetheless, enforcement controls could be exercised by the council if parking, for example, takes place in the cycle lanes as proposed. And then just some of the images of the potential changes along Eastover. So the Highway Authority, as I said, had commented, had reviewed the scheme. Some changes have been made. They were involved in the modelling of the traffic flows of the project before, in its very early inception, before a planning application was submitted. They note the potential. They note the potential for some impacts on the wider road network through redistribution of traffic in their comments. They state, however, that the benefits of the scheme, such as providing space for walking and cycling, outweigh any disbenefits. Furthermore, they state a mitigation scheme already being developed at nearby Cross Ifles roundabout will also deliver improvements to the wider network. The Highway Authority state the proposal would need to be subject to a separate transport regulation order, but that's a matter which sits outside of planning and would happen under the Highways Act. And that was the same arrangement as happened for the Clare Street, that there would have to be a separate technical process with the Highway Authority after planning permission was granted. But the Highway Authority overall raised no objection. And just finally, just to cover the public sector equality duty, we have a duty under the public sector equality duty to have due regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, advance equality of opportunity and foster good relations between different people when carrying out activities. And there are a range of protected characteristics under the Act. In terms of this scheme, widened pavements would provide greater space for those with disabilities, particularly wheelchair users, whilst disabled spaces are proposed within the scheme to enable those disabled drivers who wish to continue to access the area to have space to park their vehicles. Regarding the protected characteristics of sex, women are typically underrepresented in those who cycle, so providing safe space for cycling has potential to increase uptake. there may be positive impacts on that group as a result. I mean, overall, it's considered that the council has had due regard to its responsibilities under the Equalities Act. So lastly, just in summary, we would consider that the scheme delivers a high quality public realm to the benefit of pedestrians, cyclists, businesses and the visual appearance of the area. It delivers part of the council's Bridgewater Vision Celebration Mile project, which is a long-standing aspiration, and therefore our recommendation on both is that planning permission and listed building consent is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see we have a couple of speakers on this one, so if we start with Trevor Mapstone, please. Would you like to come forward? Good morning. As I mentioned, you'll see you've got 6 minutes on the clock because we're taking the.
Can it stay 6 minutes as it did for the previous speaker?
But certainly you've got up to the 6 minutes. Feel
That's
free.
right.
Start
No, not
ready.
a problem. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Off you go.
I am Trevor Mapstone. I've lived in the area virtually all my life, bar 7 years. I am a Sedgemoor resident and I was brought up in the Bridgewater area, and I haven't just parachuted in as a consultant or somebody for a group. The application, I believe, is based on flawed information. Many of the submissions within the application either are historic or are taken completely out of context. The transport survey was done on a day when there is minimal traffic, at a time when there is minimal traffic. The main traffic within Bridgewater is on a Friday and a Monday when we see gridlock. The essence of this application is to close 2 major arteries through Bridgewater to pedestrian or minimal access. What I'm mainly concerned of is the access to this area for disabled people, disabled users. The removal of parking both in Eastover and on Salmon Parade to 0 for anybody, I believe, is a detrimental step to bringing people into the town for the economy of the town. Disabled people cannot walk, they cannot access areas, and there is a requirement on the local council to make this available to all people, not just cyclists and able-bodied people. Cyclists have been well supported throughout this scheme. The disabled haven't. The area has a massive numbers of disabled people, not just disabled drivers, as is said in the application. We have allowed 2 parking spaces for the population of the Sedgemoor area in the scheme. There is no facilities for disabled parking within Salmon Parade at all. If a disabled person wishes to visit Salmon Parade, they cannot park. Further to this, the movement of heavy goods vehicles will now have to go from if they're accessing Bridgewater from the south or west, will have to go through Cranley Gardens, which is contrary to moving towards a green policy of this council. It will increase mileage, it will increase pollution within the area. It will also restrict movement, I believe, of emergency vehicles. On a Friday, the Broadway is nose to tail with traffic at the present time. I say Friday, it could be any day. How does an ambulance with Broadway blocked get to the town bridge? I don't know. I'll ask you to look at that. I see the ambulance is being stuck in traffic, not able to access Cranley Gardens because of the queue back. It cannot access Eastover because there is no facility to access it from the other route from the south. I believe that this is a misjudged application without the facts to support it. Many of the unloading bays will be blocked by unloading vehicles and larger vehicles. If we have an articulated lorry coming from the south of the town, it has to turn now under the scheme into into Cranley Gardens, proceed along Cranley Gardens, turn left at the top into another residential area of St John's Street, across the junction into Eastover, up Eastover, and then across the town bridge. It cannot turn into Salmon Parade or East Quay because the swept path for the vehicles is not such to allow an articulated vehicle around there. You've talked about altering the junction for the benefit of the cyclist. What you haven't looked at is the benefit of the delivery vehicles exiting the scheme. Whilst as a whole, I believe that Eastover can be improved, I believe that the road layout should be further looked at with the possibility of altering the flow within Salmon Parade to ease the traffic through. If Broadway or Monmouth Street get blocked, there is no outlet from the south for any vehicle. I'll leave it with the committee because I think I've left enough to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave Simmons, if you'd like to come forward. Again, you'll see the 6 minutes on the clock. Start whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dave Simmons. I'm a Principal Transport Planner at Stantec. I'm speaking on behalf of Sedgemoor District Council today. As members will be aware, the proposal forms part of the Council's Celebration Mile project, which seeks to provide a pedestrian and cycling priority route through the centre of Bridgewater. The scheme is identified as a key transformational project within Sedgemoor's Bridgewater vision and is identified as a priority project in the development plan. At present, the level of vehicular traffic along Eastover and the surrounding streets of East Quay, Salmon Parade and Town Bridge is detrimental to the character and appearance of this part of the town and jeopardises its safe use by pedestrians and cyclists. The proposals before you today therefore seek to remedy this through the provision of site-specific highway and public realm enhancements as set out in the officer's report. The proposed changes to the local highway network have been developed in conjunction with the advice of the Highways Authority, who have reviewed all of the scheme designs and reviewed the modelling of traffic flows arising from the scheme itself. Due consideration has also been given to the suggestions put forward by the Bridgewater Cycling Campaign Group, with amendments made to further segregate footways and cycle lanes to the benefit of all users. The proposed changes through enhanced public realm and a shift to pedestrian and cycle priority will revitalise the image and economic performance of the town, increasing the footfall and creating a positive, attractive and inclusive public realm. To achieve this, there will be changes to the highway layout, reducing road space to 3 metres to provide increased space for pedestrian and cycle movements, enabling sustainable movements between the railway station, town centre and docks. A 20-mile-an-hour speed limit will also help maintain user safety and positively shift the space from a road to a multi-use street. This will also serve to improve air quality in the town centre. The proposals will see part of the road space limited to one-way working, except for the eastern end of Eastover between Church Street and the A38. This alteration will result in a redistribution of some traffic flows and traffic behaviour in the town centre area. This has been comprehensively modelled to understand potential impacts, with SEC as Highway Authority being satisfied that it will not result in any significant impacts on the function of the wider highway network. Highway impacts are not regarded as significant when compared to existing junction performance in the locality. Furthermore, there are further proposals elsewhere on the network for capacity improvements by SEC in the future. The highway impact of this proposal is deemed acceptable for the short term, and the delivery of a priority project and its significant socio-economic benefits delivered outweigh any short-term highway impacts. In addition to the highways improvements, the proposed public realm enhancements, which include the use of high quality materials, new street furniture, tree planting, wayfinding and seating, are agreed in accordance with the Council's Conservation Officer and align with the objectives of the Bridgewater Vision and wider Celebration Mile. Members will understand that planning law requires all planning applications to be determined only against the policies of the development plan and all other material planning considerations. Consequently, for the reasons I've outlined today and set out further in the detailed response by the officer, we respect your request to support this
application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I come to members, obviously there were a number of issues that were raised by speakers. I wonder if we can just address how they have been looked at. That was the traffic survey issue that was raised, particularly under our PSED. How are we dealing with disabled access, or how that has been addressed? Because obviously we're here as the planning authority, not as Sedgemoor doing this application. So how have they addressed that? HGV access and emergency access were also raised as key issues, and I think that's something that members will need to take into account. So, Mr. Titchener, if you can run through those, and I'll come to members for comments and questions.
Just with regard to the survey data and how that was undertaken, that was all modelled and scoped out in agreement with the county council before the work was undertaken. So the days that the surveys were going to take place and the methodology used was agreed before the applicant even went and undertook those surveying. So the county council set the parameters and set the days and agreed to it. So effectively, that was set in stone before the applicant even incurred cost on the application. So there is a degree to which we have to accept that the county council was satisfied with the methodology proposed. In terms of disabled access, I mean, disabled access has been at the forefront of the scheme, which is why the taxi rank has been retained and why disabled spaces have been provided within the scheme. I note that the speaker said that they weren't provided at the southern end of Salmon Parade. Where the spaces are being provided is in the closest proximity to the centre of the scheme, where the most number of uses are. So in terms of the most shops and the closest parts to the town centre are effectively on Eastover and East Quay. So the spaces are provided on in those locations where they would be most likely to be of use. So the lower end of Salmon Parade is a much quieter part of the overall scheme where there aren't actually active uses. So where the spaces are being provided is where they are thought to be most of benefit to that community. Obviously, it's a balancing up of other factors under the public sector equality duty, because some of the other though providing vehicle access to the scheme is one factor, but also providing improved provision for people, say, in wheelchairs within the scheme itself is another competing factor in terms of the widening of footpaths that are being provided and the better provision for people trying to cross the street and the difficulties they may face within. So there can be some sort of slightly competing factors, but what the applicants have tried to do is make sure the provision is still retained by having disabled parking spaces within the scheme. I guess the other thing to remember is we are also in very close proximity to things like the bus station, which is just behind Eastover, which is another means by which people can access the town centre, and public car parks are also in very close proximity to the bus station as well for other means. So there are various means by which people can access the centre of town. In terms of emergency accesses, it is very difficult, I guess, to deal with hypothetical situations about when a road might be blocked and how you might design a scheme to account for a hypothetical situation when a road might be blocked. Emergency services have to deal with things like one-way streets all the time and be able to negotiate it. However, the applicants have said that the road has, even though this contra lane is to be provided and the carriageway is to be made one way, there is still space within that for two vehicles to pass. So there are circumstances when emergency services will have to go up a one-way street in the opposite direction. They will use their judgment to get to where they need to go. There is space within the scheme for a emergency vehicle negotiate past existing oncoming traffic, as it will have to do occasionally from time to time. So the scheme doesn't preclude that, but obviously, the emergency services will have to use their judgment in the event that such an event occurred. And I think the latter point was about HGVs. The scheme has been designed in accordance with the existing weight limits, which are already in place for Eastover. So Eastover is already subject to a 7.5 tonne weight limit, which...
Untrue.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's untrue.
I'm sorry, you have had your input. You can't.
Sorry. It's not 7.5 tonne.
Thank you.
So it is already subject to that tonnage limit, and there is signage in places. So that is governed by an existing transport regulation order covered by the county council, and the scheme has been designed in accordance with it. So in terms of the swept path analysis for vehicles to be able to access, that swept path analysis has been undertaken on the basis of the existing weight limits and size of vehicles that are permitted under that weight limit, so under the 7.5. So the swept path analysis that's come through, in which the county council have reviewed, is in accordance with the provisions that already control what size of vehicles can come into that area. So that's why the applicant hasn't designed for even bigger vehicles. So I'm hopeful that covers most of the points that are raised. If there's any other points of clarification, then just let me know.
We'll pick up as we go if they wish to. So, right. We'll come to speakers. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Could you put up the slide which shows Eastover, the traffic flow at both ends for a moment? Sorry. Yep, okay, thank you. That's that. And at the far end, are we utilising that little bit of scruffy ground which is beside the Mercure within this plan? I think you know the one I mean.
Just by the A38. I mean, yes. So I guess there's surfacing changes in terms of the footways there. So that will form part of the scheme. So the scheme extends all the way down to sort of the junction with the A38. And so the footway works and improve the quality of the surfacing treatments on the pedestrian areas does extend to that far. Is that?
Thank you.
Councillor Pearce.
Yes, Eastover as it stands, I think the road system is, and the difficulty in crossing from the town bridge over to Eastover is already a deterrent to people visiting there. And certainly there are a number of really decent shops, establishments, cafes there, which I think have been underused. So I welcome this investment. I think there's a couple of things for me in a lot of the businesses that are successful on there are takeaways, and car drivers will, I'm sure they're used to just pulling up outside almost and popping in and get their takeaway. So I hope from this there will be careful liaison with those businesses to maybe prompt home deliveries or management of that, because there are car parks nearby, not too far away where people can use. I'm glad it's a necessity. There are disabled parking bays there. But I think that situation will need to be managed, because especially at first, I fear that cars may try to park on the wide pavements. And that brings me to my second point. I hope that the materials used in this development are robust and we don't have a repeat of the situation in 4th Street, which was a very pretty design of pedestrianisation in the first instance. But, you know, vehicles will be using that area. There will be loading. Cars will be going down there, so that it's robust, so that it looks good in 20 years' time and not just in the first 2 years.
I mean, just on those 2 points, I think the surfacing is something that we discussed with the Clare Street application, and very much that, I mean, the project team are in the audience. They're aware of the concerns. The conservation officer has been closely working with them as well. I mean, to try and minimise some of the impacts that have happened, you know, with sort of the other proposal there. So, sorry, the first point. Your first point was, just remind me. Oh, yes, of course. Apologies. Yeah, about managing the impact. Oh, again, I mean, Stuart's team will be able to take that back and just liaise with the businesses. I think there will be a bit of behavioural change that people will need to get to understand, you know, the scheme. And, you know, like I said, the council will have to, there will have to be liaison with those businesses in terms of the introduction of the scheme at the start. Should it come to it, the council does have enforcement powers that it could fall back on, but for the first instance, close working with those businesses will need to take place, and there's still quite a bit of time between now and sort of the implementation phase, and other parts of regulatory approval need to happen through the TRO process. But yes, I think they'd take that point on board, and Stuart's team would take that point on board in terms of the liaison that might need to happen as well.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Betty and then Kingham. So Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this will be a great enhancement to the area there, but however, I do have some concerns with the neighbouring roads, especially the Cross Rifles roundabout. But I do note from county highways that they are, and there's already existing mitigation measures. Can we have some reassurance that these mitigation measures won't be being put into place at the same time that this work's all going to be done? Otherwise, Bridgewater will just be a standstill, and hopefully the Cross Rifles roundabout will be done before this is, just to help with some movement with traffic.
Oh, I mean, they are two separate schemes that are being worked up separately. I mean, the Cross Rifles roundabout is something that's been in development for some time already, and there is already a scheme. What we don't have the ability is to link to two schemes and to put a condition on that preclude the other scheme coming forward in terms of the timing with this one. And the timing for this one has a degree of end date because it's subject to funding from central government as well, and putting limitations on it in terms of other triggers that would need to happen, has a potential that could jeopardise the funding for this scheme. The Cross Rifles roundabout, I don't have a delivery date. What County Highway told me is that the scheme, there is a drawn-up scheme, but the exact date I couldn't confirm to say that that it would be in place at the time. I don't believe it's it's not a long-term project, the scheme, the Cross Rifles, but I couldn't say that we could link it directly to the delivery of this scheme. And it's there to pick up on some wider issues rather than the specific impacts of this scheme. They're not saying that this scheme is going to have such a specific impact. It's just to say that they're aware of other points within the wider network, and there are schemes out there which will help improve those in due course.
Can we are we in talks then with highways to make sure that the works won't be done at the same time? Can we make sure we've got talks going on with that? Because otherwise, like I said, Bridgewater would come to a standstill if that roundabout was, say, closed off or only had limited links, and with this work going on, I mean, it would be mayhem in Bridgewater.
To some extent, obviously the team here that are working on this scheme have heard what you've said, and certainly they're made aware of that by a number of people. There is ultimately a responsibility on the new county council and unitary authority to make sure that the roadworks don't clash, and I think that would be something we would need to take up with county representatives to ensure that is the case, because that ultimately will sit with the Highways Authority. I've got Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's always good to see town centres have an enhancement to make it more attractive. But I just feel that this one, in some ways, there seems to be more emphasis on cyclists than people using the shops. Are these cyclists all going to stop outside and use the shops? Because this is the heart of the whole area, the shops. People going in there buying things, and they're keeping the shops open to make sure that this thrives. But cyclists, no parking, I'm not sure whether it actually goes together.
I mean, what the scheme is going to deliver is, or the intention of the scheme to deliver is the increased, effectively dwelling time for people within the scheme. You make somewhere a more pleasant environment, people will want to spend more time there. So that's pedestrians who so if we improve the connectivity between the town centre and here, people want to spend more time. If there's less vehicles, then it makes it more pleasant space to dwell. And examples of that are seen elsewhere where there's been sort of traffic reduction schemes that it directly increases the the time people want to spend in an area, because actually if you want to sit outside a cafe, it's not that nice and a place to be with cars, passing constantly. But if you make it quieter with less vehicles, it becomes a place where people want to spend time and spend money. Cyclists also, I think, can spend money too, and there's no reason to say that anyone cycling within the scheme cannot, because there are cycle stands provided so people can lock their bikes, can access the shop. So it's not to say that people cycling would spend any less money. And there is plenty of examples, and I think there's some studies elsewhere where these type of works have taken place on cyclist spend, and that is actually shown to be that they're more likely to stop than someone who's driving through the area, because some people will just be cutting through the area and won't be stopping in a car. Whereas some cyclists are more likely to stop because it's easier to stop and pull up and put your bike in. So I wouldn't say necessarily that there's likely to be any less spend just because cyclists are provided. The scheme is designed to have wider benefits for all. It's not just pedestrians in terms of the footways. Cyclists are just one aspect of that overall proposal.
I don't think sometimes that cyclists and pedestrians mix too well.
I guess that's why we made some of the changes to the scheme.
I think from my own point of view, one would hope, obviously the team is here, they've heard the issues that have been raised, and one would hope that this is a scheme that we can only look at it as the planning committee on what's in front of us. My hope would be that this is a scheme which will review itself as it is being done, because there are issues, I think, relating to the cyclists. We've got to make sure that this is ultimately doing what it's wanting to do, which is enhance the offer of that area and increase people going there and not impact on the shops and the cafes. We want it to be in a positive way, not a negative way, and I think that's something we've got to review. The disabled thing is something I must admit I do have some concerns about, and I hope we will maximise whatever we can for disabled access, because obviously, although at the moment there is not disabled parking down there, if you're a blue badge holder, you can park pretty much anywhere you want to. So we are limiting that. So I would hope that that is something that the team can look at, because I think it is as our population is getting older, we are finding more and more people do have disabilities. They do need to have access to these areas, and I'm sure the team will take on board everything that they've heard today in terms of how this evolves going forward. Are there any other comments that members have? In which case we have, as I said, there are two applications we're dealing with. The first application is obviously the one that starts on page 63 with the recommendations on page 69 and 70. Do I have a recommendation from members? Councillor Pearce?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Betty? Any further comments? I'm not seeing any, so those in favour of that recommendation, please show. Can those clearly? Okay. And those against, please show. And any abstentions? That is all 9 have voted, so that is clearly carried 6 to 3. Sorry, 6, none against, and 3 abstentions. And then we move to the second application, which is the listed building application for the same area, which is starting on page 73 with the actual recommendations. I'm trying to find them on page 77. Is there a proposer for a recommendation, please? Councillor Pearce? Do you want to say what you're proposing?
Happy to propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded? Again, Councillor Betty. Those in favour of that recommendation, please show. And any against, please show. And any abstentions? That is against 3, so that's 6 in favour, none against, and 3 abstentions. That is also clearly carried. I'm going to suggest, members, that at this point we take a short comfort break. I think it's about 10:02, so we'll restart again at just after 11 o'clock. We'll move to the next application where we have speakers present, and that is the application for Catcott. We're on page 80, and Mr. Titchener, I think you're introducing this one.
Thank you again, Chairman. So this is an application for the erection of a single and two-storey rear extension and the installation of a rear dormer. It's at a property called Pear Tree Cottage, which is in Catcott. The application's 4 members because of the objection of the Parish Council. This is an application which is within the centre of the village of Catcott. So the red line just indicates the plot. So it's this dwelling here, which is attached to its neighbour. So it's an older dwelling. There are neighbouring properties on both sides. It's a householder application, and some of the primary sort of concerns that have been expressed are in relation to amenity issues and the amenity of adjoining residents. So this just shows the site. So this is the dwelling here, and this hatched area here is the where the
we can't see your cursor.
Oh, right. Apologies. Yeah, cursor's on the wrong screen. So this hatched area here, it shows where the development is extending. So on the rear north elevation of the property, this sort of is a driveway located along here. Which separates it from this property called Bert's Barn. This one here is Lilac Cottage. So these are the elevations of the existing rear of the application. So this is the middle one is the existing rear. So if you're stood in the garden looking back towards the rear of the property, this is what it currently looks like. These are the two side elevations of that rear section. So it's, as I said, it's an older property. It's got stone walls, timber windows and doors, and a clay tiled roof. This is the existing floor plan, which shows the existing internal layout. This is the ground floor here. So the existing kitchen, dining area, and then this is the garden, and it's within this area here where the proposal is to extend, and it will extend off the ground floor and part of the second floor. So these plans show what is proposed. So this is that rear elevation as if you're stood in the garden looking back. So it is for a full width single story extension and a part width first floor extension. So the extension is projecting off of only at first floor level, only off of this half of the dwelling. This bit here is where the dormer is going to be proposed. So it is to be constructed of natural stone at ground floor, as you can see in the plan, the indications on the plan here, with render above. Note there is an error in the report. The report incorrectly says it's render below and timber cladding above. That's a mistake. The roof is to be clay tiled, and then there is a lantern light proposed for part of the ground floor element. So these are the proposed floor plans, which show the extended area at ground floor to provide the new dining and sitting area. And the ground floor element projects 4 meters into the garden. The first floor bit is just up here, so it's just this bedroom 3, just on approximately half the width of the proposal. That extends to a depth of 3.2 meters into the rear. These are just some photographs of the site. So this is looking from the public highway. So you can see the application property, which is this one here, its neighbour, and Lilac Cottage, and then Bert's Barn is the one separated by the driveway. Now all the works are to the rear rather than the front. So this is that rear elevation that the works are to project from. So the extension will project out here to 4 meters in depth, with the first floor element projecting off of this area here and the dormer coming off of here. This image shows the proposal property, which is the one here where the works are to be done, with the adjoining property, Lilac Cottage, on its side. You can see that Lilac Cottage is set back some distance, so has slightly different form from the property currently. And that's where the amenity issues that we've had to consider and that have been raised as concern by the neighbours, it's in particular to the impact of the proposal on this property here. These are some photographs that officers were able to take within the rear garden of the neighbouring property, the one that could be most affected. And the concerns that they had raised were regarding loss of light, overshadowing and overlooking. So I just wanted to show up several sets of plans here because the proposals have been subject to some changes throughout the lifetime of the application. So the images above show the scheme as it was originally submitted, and the images below as proposed. I mean, the primary difference, just to draw your attention to it, is that the depth of the first 4 elements here has been reduced compared to the extent that it extended. So the first 4 element did extend the full 4 meters, the same as the ground floor element. It now only extends 3.2 meters, so that's essentially the primary difference here. There have been changes in materials, that's why these elevation plans look slightly different. Though the area of contention is largely to do with the amenity impacts. So the first floor extension was designed, so it has been designed so that it projects off the first floor part, which is furthest from the neighbour, so to provide some separation from the neighbour of the 2-storey element, in order to minimise potential impacts on that neighbour, given that they are, the close proximity within which they are to each other. And because we shared some of the concerns about impacts such as overshadowing, we wanted to bring back the extent that the first floor element projects into the garden. So we negotiated in some reduction in depth. So these plans show the scheme as amended, with its 3.2 metre at first floor level and the extent to which it now projects. Given that this first floor projection is on the far side from the neighbour, and with the 3.2 metre with the extension only now projecting out to 3.2 metre, we do feel that in terms of things like overshadowing, the impacts would be such that lessened, that we would not consider it to give rise to an unacceptable impact on the amenity of the adjoining residents. So concern had also been raised about the height of the ground floor extension, and actually you can see in this originally submitted plan the flat roof was higher than it is currently proposed. So that has been, the eaves level has been dropped to 2.6 metres to try and reduce the potential impact on the neighbouring property. What we have to be mindful of as officers is what applicants can do under things like permitted development rights, which would allow an applicant to have eaves levels up to 3 metres on an adjoining boundary. So we are going below permitted development rights here. So that's always something that we have to be mindful of in terms of fallback positions. Regarding the neighbour to the west, so that's the barn that's separated by the driveway, we wouldn't consider that the proposals would have an unacceptable impact on them, given the separation distances. That neighbour had raised an issue with 2 side ground floor windows. So effectively, these 2 windows here, which are these high level windows here and here, but they are to be located at 1.7 metres above ground level internally. So that's a deliberate choice so that they don't give rise to overlooking impacts, and effectively they're just to provide some light into internal rooms, but sort of limit into views in and out. So we wouldn't consider that to raise any unacceptable concerns of unacceptable impact on amenity. Some concerns had been raised by parties to a proposed side doorway. So the original plan showed a door on the side of the proposals, which would have come out onto the shared driveway. That no longer forms part of the proposal anymore. So the revised scheme no longer includes that doorway. And then finally, some concern had been raised about damage to an oil supply pipe, which was linked to the neighbour's oil tank, which is located on land which is adjoining the applicant's garden, but the proposal isn't on that area, but it is adjoining it. Ultimately, that's access to services and facilities is a civil matter and wouldn't be a determining factor in this application, but obviously something that the applicants would have to be mindful of moving forwards with the proposal. Overall, just to summarise, with the changes, we would not consider that unacceptable amenity impacts do arise, and therefore our recommendation will be to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Members, as you see again, we have a number of speakers on this joining us virtually. So to start with, we have Andrew Thompson. If you could turn on your camera and enable your microphone, just to confirm that we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and I will let you know when you've got 1 minute of that time left to go. So please start whenever you're ready.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So as previously said, the Catcott Parish Council have decided after deliberation not to support this proposal on the following grounds. First, let me draw a picture. The backs of Pear Tree Cottage and the attached property, Lilac Cottage, face approximately due north. This means that the only sunlight that will reach the back of these properties will be at sunrise and sunset. There is an existing extension to the east of Lilac Cottage. This predated the current residents moving into Lilac Cottage. This removes the chance of any early morning sunlight. However, they do get late afternoon and evening sunlight from the west. The proposed single-storey extension to Pear Tree Cottage would present a roofline that is significantly higher than the current structure. This, along with the proposed two-storey extension, albeit on the other side of the house, would significantly reduce the light and, importantly, direct sunlight reaching the back of the adjoining property, Lilac Cottage. The proposal effectively puts the back of Lilac Cottage in the centre of a U, with structures both sides blocking all direct sunlight from their patio area and back windows. In the view of the Parish Council, this, whilst not necessarily breaking the word of the law on right to light, it would be to the significant detriment to the residents of Lilac Cottage. We hear a lot about mental health these days. There are many studies that show access to sunlight acts as an antidepressant and general mood lifter. A common issue of not having access to sunlight is known as SAD, seasonal affective disorder, often linked to reduced exposure to sunlight during the shorter autumn and winter days.
You have 1 minute left to go. 1 minute.
Thank you. This can cause, amongst other things, a persistent low mood, feelings of despair and lethargy, all of which you can see on the NHS website. By building this extension, the residents of Lilac Cottage would have any easy access to sunshine in the immediate vicinity of their house removed. This would be especially bad during the winter months when the sun is much lower in the sky. I understand that it's been verbally proposed that Lilac Cottage build a new patio further down the garden in a sunny area. The Parish Council do not see this as an acceptable workaround due to the cost and disruption, as well as the fact that any new patio area would be in the direct view of any new and expanded upstairs windows of the proposed extension, removing any chance of privacy whilst using patio. This suggestion is just adding insult to injury. In summary, Catcott Parish Council do not support this planning application on the grounds it will affect.
I'm going to have to call your time there, but thank you very much. We got where you were. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, on the speakers list, I think we might have a slight typo. I think our next speaker we're going to take is Mike Pryor, who I believe is speaking against the application. We've got you listed as the applicant. So just to confirm, Mr. Pryor, if you can just make sure your microphone's working and just confirm for us that you are speaking against the application. Is that correct?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm speaking against the application.
Excellent. Yep, we can hear you. So again, please start when you're ready, and I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you when there's a minute of your time left to go. So start whenever you're ready, please.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. My wife and I live in Lilac Cottage, the property connected to Pear Tree Cottage. Our previous comments are on the planning portal. We have 3 additional points to make in relation to the report today in today's agenda to pack. Firstly, visual amenity. The reports state this is not overdevelopment, but we disagree due to the size of the curtilage at Pear Tree. Members are reminded that Pear Tree is connected to our home, together used to be one house. The proposal spans the entire width of the rear garden at Pear Tree up to the boundary line with us. The curtilage may be considered large, but it is narrow, which will result in proposal being cheek by jowl with us for a considerable length. Secondly, residential amenity. The report seems to focus on the height of the single-storey extension, whereas the real significance is in the height and length of the first floor extension, the proposal for 2 large new windows on this floor. The height remains a domineering 5.5 metres plus, and the length even after revision is still 80% of what was first sought. To reference the Sedgemoor development plan, which determines the scope of D25, it states it's designed to protect residents from unneighbourly development proposals which have a harmful impact, including overshadowing, loss of light, visual dominance, and loss of privacy. And we know we'll suffer from all 4 of these. Our remaining members, we are adjoined. At the top of page 85 in today's pack, the conclusion states that there is no adverse impact on residential amenity, although in this morning's presentation, this changes to not considered that unacceptable amenity impact arises. The revised development proposal is obviously negative to us to a degree that is unacceptable. We are supported in this view by neighbours and the parish council. We will have to suffer this harmful impact forever and ask members to fully consider our loss of immunity as if it were their own. When reading page 84 in today's pack, listed as other matters, reference is made to incorrect certification. Although we're not expert in this, it would appear to still be incorrect as the land within the red line, as we own land within the red line of the proposal, as confirmed in our previously submitted HM registry title plan. No notice has been...
1 minute to go.
Thank you. No notice has been served on us. The revised certificate and household declaration now mention the land owned by Bert's Barn, but the agent on behalf of the applicant states they own all other land within the red line. We believe this to be incorrect and have no idea why our land is included within the proposal. This does reflect the unilateral approach by the applicants and their agents, who have never consulted us in any way about this application. Consequently, for the record, we would not permit the use, alteration to, or encroachment on any land we own for the benefit of this proposal. We hope this explains our objection and heartfelt feelings towards this application and its negative impact on us, and ask you to reject it. I would make one point as well. The driveway isn't shared. It's owned entirely by Bert's Barn, and there's a slight way of access across it for Pear Tree. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Right, members, the third speaker that we have today is actually, and just to clarify, it's Councillor Munt, who is the county councillor for the area. We normally wouldn't read out reports from county councillors. In this particular instance, what happened was he was planning to attend the previous meeting, and because the date was changed, he's unable to attend today, and that's why, as an exception to our normal reading out, we are allowing that today because it was something outside his control. And I think Mrs. Nicholson has got the pleasure to read it out, and I will try and work out which one of these I need to start. So when you're ready, please.
To whom it may concern. As one of the county councillors for Catcott, I am unable to attend the Development Committee meeting due to the change of date. I therefore offer my apologies to the committee and request that this statement is read to the committee in my absence. I wish to highlight the concerns raised by Catcott Parish Council and several residents in response to planning application 142206, Pear Tree Cottage, erection of single and 2-storey rear extension with the installation of rear dormer, which is considered today. The concerns I share relate to the following matters. 1, the proposed development is very substantial for a village setting, and local objections relay concerns that this seems likely to be overdevelopment of a historic farmhouse in a small rural community. The village suffers the loss of a cottage when smaller properties are much valued to allow younger and smaller families to move in, and older and less mobile residents to downsize but remain within their local community. 2, the proposed development is in close proximity to neighbouring properties, and its height is likely to result in a loss of light to 2 properties. The committee may wish to consider the ground levels involved when discussing this matter. 3, the plans show a new first floor window which will overlook a neighbouring property, and windows which are larger than those which currently exist. They enable overlooking and will cause light pollution and a loss of privacy, an important amenity for neighbouring properties. Thank you for your assistance in this matter.
Thank you. Members, obviously a number of issues have been raised by the speakers. I'm going to come to the officers just to address those before we come to members for their comments, but particularly on the red line and the certification in terms of ownership. Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you. In terms of the red outline, we have re-advertised it for certificate B and notice 1, but it does appear that only one of the 2 potential neighbours affected have been notified. So the certificate is not correct. We are not going to be able to determine the application at this meeting. So I would suggest we defer it to allow us to investigate and make sure that all landowners have been served the appropriate notice, because failure to have the right notice could invalidate any consent that we would make anyway. So recommendation now on the basis of what we've heard from the speaker would be we have to defer the application and it will come back once we've looked into the land ownership issue.
Okay. Members, is there a proposal then, please? Councillor Grimes? Do you want to have the mic? Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, happy to propose a defer on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's, as we said, to get the information in terms of the land ownership and the certification. Councillor Facey.
That's correct, Chairman. I'd like to second that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other indications around the table. So all those in favour that we go for a deferral to get the extra information submitted, please. That is unanimously carried. So that's clearly carried. We will defer until we have that further information supplied. Okay. Members, that then brings us to the last application we have for this morning. We do, in fact, have a speaker present on this one, although not on your list. We have Paul Livingston, who is the applicant. And if you turn to page 86, with Chapel Allison and Ms. Chorley, if you'd like to introduce this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies. So the application is for the erection of a first floor extension and single story extension to the rear elevation for Rose Cottage at Front Street, Stoneallerton. Here we've got an aerial image showing the application site itself. It's located within a built-up area of Stoneallerton. Stoneallerton doesn't have a settlement boundary, but it is so it's within the countryside for the purpose of the planning policy. But as you can see, it is, as I say, within a relatively built-up area. It is also within the conservation area, which is shown there outlined in pink, and you can see the application building in map form there. Rose Cottage is a 2-bed dwelling. The application seeks consent to extend it, as I said, both to ground floor and first floor to create a 3rd bedroom and upstairs bathroom and a large open plan kitchen dining room. The existing ground floor bathroom and store will be amended to form a utility boot room and downstairs bathroom. There have been a number of iterations throughout the scheme since it was originally submitted, and there briefly can be summarised. Following submission of the application, it was amended at the applicant's request to include a glazed balustrade and raised decking area. That was subsequently removed following objections and concerns regarding impact on both the conservation area and amenity of neighbouring owners. You can see in the plans that I'll show you shortly that there is now a Juliet balcony to serve the master bedroom, and changes to a roof line to give it a hipped roof again to address concerns. The final change has been the widening of the existing access and revised parking arrangement. The plans shown to you at the moment are the existing dwelling, which you can see there. And here we're just looking at the block plan as it's proposed. So the yellow areas show the areas to be form part of the extensions, the widening of the existing access to deliver the additional parking space that would be necessary to meet highways standing requirements. And so here we see the first of the elevation here, the front elevation, as you can see at the moment. So this is the parking area that's to be enlarged, the existing parking that you will see shortly in some photographs that I've got to share with you. And the proposed plans just here showing the change to the side elevation that includes the Juliet balcony. This is the rear extension at ground floor. And then to the south elevation, this is the rear, you can see that one there with that ground floor projection. And to the west, you've got the hipped roof, half hipped roof that's been amended, and the addition of this bathroom window, which you can see there, is larger than the other openings. So here, just some photographs of the property as it is at the moment at the time of my site visit. So you've got the access and the parking area just to the side there. That's showing the front elevation that faces Front Street. And then just some side pictures showing this is the west elevation that will be subject to the first floor extension there, where you'll see the bathroom window and the existing openings that there are. This is the square that window will have the view out over, and you can see the neighbouring property does already have windows that face that as well. So the key issues are the impact on the conservation area. The conservation officer did originally raise objection to the scheme. They have now amended their comments to support following the changes that have been incorporated. The building itself is not a listed building. The nearest building is on the opposite side of the road. In our view, the changes that have been made to the design are such that the size, scale and design of the proposal is now acceptable, and it wouldn't result in any adverse amenity impacts. The bathroom window shown on the west elevation is proposed to be obscure glazed. The addition of the parking space addresses concerns about highway safety. From an ecology point of view, it was necessary to have a preliminary roost assessment, which identified the need for emergent surveys. They've been carried out and found that no roosting bats were present, but a precautionary approach is recommended. And conditions are included in the recommendation to secure both biodiversity enhancements and bat roosts. And subject to the conditions that are there, my officer recommendation is for approval of the proposal.
Thank you very much. All of us come forward. Again, good morning. You'll see the time on the clock and start when you're ready, please.
Good morning, Chairman and members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thought it would be useful in you making a decision for me to give a little bit of an insight as to why I want to carry out the work and who I am. So this property's actually been in my family since 1957, where my grandfather owned the property, and it's been kept within the family ever since. I currently am looking to take on the property from my mother. And at the moment, the property is not in an inhabitable state, so it would need development to be able to keep the property in the family, which is why I would like to conduct the works. If this isn't achievable, then we would have to lose the property from the family. So a bit about myself and why I want to take on the property. I grew up within the area. All of my family are from around the Allerton and surrounding areas. And I now come to the end of a successful military career where I aim to settle my children down within the Allerton area, which should give them the stability that they deserve after the life they've had so far, which is close to the schools that they're in, which are within the catchment area. I previously lived in the property myself, and I intend to stay in that area for the purposes of the location and how nice the local area is. I intentionally used a local architect from the village because I knew that his intrinsic motivation to develop the property would be in line with the village design statement. He wouldn't want to decrease the overall look or the standard of the area, and that's why I chose that local architect. And I only intend to carry out works to suit the development of the house becoming a family home and making it livable, and increasing the overall look and the standard of the property. I don't wish to overdevelop the property, and I have already complied with all requests from neighbours and from the parish to this date, and I would continue to do so going forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Very much. Members, any comments, questions, please? Councillor Kingham, do you want to kick off? Ted, hopefully. Yeah. Councillor Kingham.
I kick off if you like. I'm saying, looking at the proposal for this development, I can't see that it's out of keeping at all. It's been well designed, as the applicant has stated, and it brings an older property up to date. I wouldn't have much problem in proposing this application.
Thank you very much. Any further? Yes, Councillor Glassford.
I'd like to second that application.
Thank you. I'm not. Any other comments or questions anyone has before we move to the recommendation then? No, we have then a recommendation that's been moved and seconded to grant permission. All those in support, please show. That's unanimous. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much and best of luck. Right, members, that brings us to the end of the applications. Mrs. De Vries, do you want to take the reports first, or do you want to take the briefing on Hinckley first?
Could we do the reports and then I can stop the recording?
Okay, yeah, we'll take the reports then first, because so members, if you can turn to page 134 and agenda item 7.1, planning appeals received.
So in terms of planning appeals received, we've got installation of internally illuminated sign.
Maybe expand it slightly for those.
Yeah.
Trying to read this, it's a bit small.
Social club.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Right, so then we've got appeals decided. We've got a number of appeals that have come through for one site that we were waiting for. So erection of an agricultural building, land to the south of Laburnum Drove and Cheddar. That appeal was allowed, along with a second application for an agricultural building and a retrospective application for the retention of the agricultural building. It was originally appealed on grounds of visual amenity and flood risk. We lost the appeal on visual amenity, but the inspector originally concluded and agreed with us in terms of flood risk. Then there was a change in the flood mapping, so it got called in and given back to the inspector for redetermination, and the Environment Agency confirmed they wouldn't be defending the appeal, so we didn't defend the appeal either. So we were expecting it to come through, but it does mean we've got 3 appeal decisions that have been allowed, but it's all for the same development for the same site and was expected. We've got a few more as well for appeals decided, but that was that particular site. We did have a written reps appeal, which was dismissed for a retrospective application for change of use of land and a 5 metre wide canvas yurt on an area of decking and a field shelter. That was quite a good inspector's decision in terms of the business case for new tourism development in countryside locations. So the inspector did agree with us that they hadn't done enough to demonstrate that actually it was a appropriate location. And again, application for an agricultural building at Bullwood View Farm, they actually withdrew that appeal before a decision was made.
On those, so if we move to 7.3.
Okay, these are linked to the allowed appeals that we've gone through earlier. They were subject to enforcement action. So because we served enforcement on them, they were also subject to the same appeal for the Laburnum Drove, so they were allowed, and so one was allowed and one no further action was to be taken.
Okay, and over to 7.4.
And this is certificate of lawfulnesses for existing use. We granted planning permission for a side extension and raised patio. And we also granted permission for a certificate of lawfulness for the dwelling in breach of an agricultural occupancy condition. So they would have provided enough information to demonstrate they've been breaching that condition for over 10 years.
It's just gone 2 o'clock, so we'll make a start. Can I welcome you to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the committee. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we get underway. I've not been told there's any planned fire drill this afternoon, so if the bells and alarms go off, then they are real. Your exits are through the back doors that you came in through, and we'll show you where to safely congregate outside the building. If you require toilet facilities during the meeting, they're through the double doors at the rear of the room. And if you would like to have a drink, there is a water jug and glasses on the side of the room to my right. Could I ask for both members of the committee and members of the public who are in the room, if you've got mobile phones with you, can you please make sure they're either turned off or turned silent, please? That would be helpful. And just a reminding that today's meeting is being recorded, so that you're aware of that. Just so you know who's in front of you this afternoon, to my right are the officers of the council from our legal services and democratic services section. To my left are the officers from our planning section who will be outlining the applications before us this afternoon. And on the wings of the table, or sort of one wing more than the other, I think, but are the members who will be debating and ultimately deciding the applications before us. Just a reminder that this is a hybrid meeting today, which basically means that we're meeting in the canal side at North Petherton, but we are also joined by people who are coming online through the Teams system. A reminder that only those members of the committee who are present in the room are actually allowed to vote on the applications. So whilst we can be joined by speakers from outside, they can't actually be part of the voting. For members of committee and also any of the speakers, the microphones are enabled from the back of the room, so you don't need to switch any switches. Please don't turn them off. They're permanently on, but only enabled when it's the time for those ones to be used. The format of the meeting as per the agenda today, the copy of the officer presentations for those of you who are joining us online can be found on the council website. We'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the background and detail of the application. I'll then ask the public speakers to come forward and address for those who have registered. And then following that, it'll then be for the members to debate and ultimately decide the applications before us. For, again, members of the public, the process that will be followed is we'll ask for a member to make a recommendation. They'll do that. It'll have to be seconded, and then that will be voted on. And once that has taken place, we'll announce what the result is. I think that probably brings us to the end of the introductory remarks. So if we move on to the items that are on our actual agenda, the first one I've got is apologies for absence, and it's a fairly long one this afternoon, but Mrs. Nicholson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies this afternoon for Councillors Hayward, Hendry, Murphy, Revans and Scott. Also, Councillor Granter, Facey and Pierce.
Thank you very much. Next of the items is urgent business. I'm not advised there is any urgent business that isn't already covered by our agenda. Item 4 on our agenda is public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who are in the room and have registered to speak, when we've heard the officers introduce the application, I'll then ask you to come forward to the speakers table. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll see there's a clock at the front. It counts the time down so you can see how much time you've got left to go. And obviously, if you can draw your comments to a close within that 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. If we're joined this afternoon by any speakers who are online, and we should be, but I'm not seeing them as yet, then the slight difference is they can't see the clock. So what I will have to do is they'll still have the 3 minutes, but I actually just have to interrupt them when there's a minute of that time to go to tell them that they're running out of time, and then we'll cut them off when they get to the 3 minutes. Next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations that members have for this afternoon's agenda? Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Pages 94, 108 and 120. It's in my county division, but I've taken no part in any discussions. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. I've got declarations on page 94 because that's in my county division, but I didn't know the other bits were, so I'm not sure that they are, but that's fine. So I'm just declaring on page 94, and I took no part in any of the discussions that have been raised under those matters. Are there any other declarations? No. For members of the public, it's important that you know if there's any background that members have to an application. Where you've heard the declarations this afternoon where members have said they've taken no part in discussions prior to today on that application, we have a standing order within this committee to avoid what's called predetermination, in effect making your mind up before you come to the committee, that members can either get involved at the parish and town council level with the decision making, or they can get involved at the district. They can't do both. The concern is if you've already voted or been involved at the parish level, potentially you've made your mind up before you've come here. So where you've heard members to say that they've not taken part, that's so they can be involved at this level. If they had been involved, then we would have to ask them to leave the room when that application comes forward, and they would take no part in the discussions on that application. That moves us then to the planning applications themselves. The first one we have this afternoon is page 94 on your papers. It's Compton Bishop. And Ms. Chorley, I think you're introducing this one.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the erection of a detached building to provide ancillary accommodation garage. It is at Rackley Farm Cottage in Rackley Lane. There was an error on the committee report that described it as the cottage at Rackley Lane. It's amended on our system and obviously on the PowerPoint, but just so it's clear for everybody that that was a typographical error on our system previously. So just by way of introducing the site, Rackley Lane is to the south of the Mendip Hills AOMB, with Crooks Peak just to the northwest of the application site. There is relatively little built form along the lane, which is rural in its character. This image here just shows you slightly closer up image. So you've got, this is the dwelling itself, and this is really the area of land. So this area of land here, and we're talking about a detached outbuilding going approximately here. So there are some other built form around, but it is relatively limited. So the location plan just shows that outlined in red, and the rest of the land within the applicant's ownership outlined in blue. And here we have the proposed block plan. So this is the cottage as it exists at the moment, existing block plan, my apologies, the existing garage, and there is a shipping container on site. It does not have the benefit of planning permission. And there is a condition recommended as part of this that would secure the removal of that within 3 months of the new outbuilding being first brought into use. And so this is the proposed block plan. So you can see we've got a larger outbuilding here that will provide garaging and ancillary accommodation. These are the elevation drawings that have been submitted. So as you can see, it's a timber-clad building with a natural slate roof. This is the elevation that would front the lane, so form part of the street scene. And the land does slope away from the lane, so this is what would be visible from the rear, where the solar panels are, and there's two roof lights as well. One of the side elevations does have windows at both ground and first floor. Floor plans don't have any detail. This has been raised with the agents for the applicants, querying what the intended use was. They've said that internally they see it as providing obviously the garaging, which would be accessed here, and then a flexible internal space that will provide ancillary accommodation, storage, potentially office use. The application is the second one that we've had for the site. So there was a previously refused scheme here for a slightly larger building, again with timber cladding and with a metal sheet roof. That was refused under delegated powers, and this is the revised scheme that we've got before us now. That did indicate a more detailed floor plan that would kind of correspond with the uses that are before us now. But as I say, we don't have that level of detail as part of this application. Looking at the site photos, this is what we've got existing at the moment. So you've got the existing garage and the storage container that can be seen from the lane, and just that front elevation of the cottage there. This is a view looking at the back of that garage that's there at the moment, and the shipping container and the dwelling over there to the side. And this is a neighbour's property, obviously directly opposite where the new building would be. The shipping container and the garage are just to the side there. Just a couple more shots taken within that kind of garden area, so members can see that. So the key issues are the principle. The application is a householder application for the erection of a building for ancillary use to the main house. There is a lack of clarity over the internal configuration, but it's not considered that that would be enough to warrant refusal. It is considered that the changes that have been made to the size, scale and design are adequate to overcome our previous concerns. The slate roof, whilst tile had been our initial kind of preference, is more acceptable and considered to be more in keeping for a building of this scale. It is an outbuilding, not a dwelling house. There are conditions that can address ecology, to ensure that everything's there. We can have the biodiversity enhancements that we would need. And on subject to those conditions, the officer recommendation is to grant approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of speakers registered to speak on this application. The first one I'm going to take is I've got down as Martin Shaw, who I believe may be with us online, but we also had it down as possibly us reading it out. So I'm not sure whether Martin Shaw is with us. If so, could you turn on your camera and your microphone and just let us know that you're there? If not, I think we've got the written statement to read. Is that right, Mr. Nicholson? Yeah. I'm not hearing anyone to say that they are going to address us, so we will go with the written submission. So again, Mr. Nicholson, if you could read that, and as you know, you've got the 3 minutes to do it, and I'll set the timer going. Okay, are you ready? Go.
When we first viewed our house at the end of Rackley Lane, we instantly fell in love with the unique charm of this rural hamlet of 5 properties down a single track, no through lane. Our property is right at the end of the lane, just as it turns into a green farmer's track leading to fields, and we live adjacently to Mr. and Mrs. Coates. We object to this planning application as we are concerned that the proposed building, by virtue of its size, scale and roof height, will create a property the size of a domestic dwelling, intruding not only on the wider landscape but negatively impacting the historic rural character of Rackley. The density of the proposed building in relation to the existing property seems to be out of proportion, extending further than any existing building footprint. The original cottage was doubled in size in a previous extension, and this proposed attached building will have similar proportions and indicates doubling it again. The new proposed garage entrance is being moved closer to our property adjacent to our driveway, increasing the vehicle activity in front of our property and the green lane. The drawings indicate that the lane will be widened by removing the existing stone boundary wall. We're concerned that not only that the historic wall will be removed, but that this would create the opportunity for parking along the lane and increase use of our driveway as a turning point. Another concern we have due to the size of the proposed dwelling is its use. The floor plan and application give no indication. A previous application included plans for a bedroom, bathroom and sitting room. Although these were quickly withdrawn, we question whether this application is taking the long view route to a future change of use application to a domestic dwelling. In fact, despite the lack of floor plan, this application has been submitted as ancillary accommodation, which is commonly used to describe a small self-contained home. The Land Registry official title plan shows the garden boundary line extending at the existing garage. The proposed building will be building onto what was historically an orchard, and we question whether change of use from agricultural land to domestic curtilage has been granted. With concern for Rackley House, it should be noted that the surface water drainage historically crosses the lane from the end of our drive through the orchard to the old River Axe. Overall, we're incredibly concerned that the overdominance of such a development will create an obtrusive addition to the rural historic character of Rackley, where views across to the levels are increasingly diminishing from the lane for all.
Thank you very much. Right, we have a second speaker who I can see is now with us, Terry Mason, who's speaking on behalf of Compton Bishop Parish Council. Mr. Mason, can you enable your microphone just so we can make sure we can hear you?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. I know you can't see the clock online, so when you're a minute away from running out of time, I will just interrupt and let you know that there's a minute of time to go. So please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present the objections of Compton Bishop Parish Council to the planning application PA 212212. The majority of Compton Bishop Parish falls within the Mendip area of outstanding natural beauty, AONB, and it is our understanding that these areas should be protected from any unnecessary development, and that any development thought to be necessary should be sympathetic to the local area and in line with Sedgemoor District Council and Compton Bishop local plans. Rackley Lane is a largely unspoilt cul-de-sac of historic importance from Roman times onwards, and was an important small port involved in receiving lead from the Mendips from where it was transported around the world. The location of the property in the planning application is just below Crook Peak. When one takes time to climb up, it gives spectacular views of Somerset Levels from the Quantock and Polden Hills around Glastonbury, Tor and Wells. We believe it is important to protect the area immediately adjacent to the AONBs for everybody to enjoy and to ensure that any development does not detract from the overall idyllic nature of the area. During the pandemic, large numbers of visitors found this area and the visitor numbers remain high. We believe that any development should enhance the area and not detract from it, and that any development should be necessary. We also believe that it is not in the interest of a small hamlet to encourage infill, as this will degrade the rural nature of the area. The National Grid were required to spend a considerable sum of money putting cables from high voltage pylons and place them underground to protect the view of and from the AONB. We should require no less from other developments. The applicant does not explain the reasons for the new building, and its detachment from the main property is of concern, as this would imply that it may eventually become a separate property in its own right. The applicant has also stated that in the application that no trees will be felled, but a local survey indicates that 2 cherry trees are in the area where the building is proposed.
You have
Sorry,
1 minute to go. 1 minute.
Two mature cherry trees. There is also a shipping container for which we can find no record of planning permission and which we would request is removed if planning permission should be granted. Compton Bishop Parish Council considers the application the application still does not comply with the local plan D2 and 13, primarily because of the materials chosen for the walls and roof and failure to disclose the building's intended purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I come to members, obviously there's a couple of issues that have been raised by speakers. I don't know whether, Ms. Shirley, you can address, and then we'll get to questions and comments from members.
Certainly, Chairman, thank you. So to begin with regards to the area of land that the outbuilding is to be sited on, if I come back to this aerial photograph, which shows the kind of a demarcation, that this was raised previously, that this area of land was perhaps not part of the garden for the property, and it's agreed that looking back at aerial photographs it wouldn't have been historically. It did look like there was some sort of demarcation previously. It looks like it was indeed previously agricultural orchard land, something like that. But those aerial photos, when we've gone back a period of 10 years, you can see that that's gradually fallen away. And certainly when we go back that 10 years, it doesn't look like that separation still existed. So from our point of view, on the balance of probabilities, it does appear that the land has indeed been used as garden land for a period of approximately 10 years. And as such, we don't have any reason to object to the principle of the development. Regarding its intended use, as I said, it is noted that there's a lack of clarity there. It is a household application. It would only have consent for ancillary use that could indeed form annex accommodation, as was set out, provided it is used in an ancillary function to the main dwelling, not a separate dwelling in its own right. With regards to visual impact, it's noted, yes, as the plans and the aerial images show, it is limited built form. We very much are in the countryside. Impact in terms of views, both from the public rights of way and the Mendip Hills AONB, were part of the reason for the refusal of the previous scheme. And it is, as I said, in our view, the scheme that is now before us is smaller. The roof pitch has been reduced. Yes, we do still have timber cladding to the elevations, but we have a natural slate tile roof rather than the steep roof pitch with a metal sheeting, which again is considered to be preferable.
Okay. And again, just for clarity, if as there are some concerns that this might be a step to something in the future, were there to be a change of use for a dwelling, that would require a separate planning application, would be assessed under the application for a dwelling rather than an ancillary use of a building.
Indeed, yeah, we would need a further application that would be considered on its own merits at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Glassford.
I wasn't quite sure whether I picked you up about the shipping container. Will that be getting moved?
suggested condition 3, I believe, that would require the removal of the shipping container within 3 months of the new building being first brought into use.
Thank you. Well, in that case, I propose to go along with the officer's recommendation.
Very much. Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions on that? No. In which case we have the recommendation that has been moved for permission to be granted. All those in support of that, please show. That's unanimous, so that is clearly carried, so permission is granted. Members, if you could turn to the next application where we have speakers present, and that's page 102. We're at Cossington Lane, Woollavington. And Mr. Titchener, I think you're introducing this one, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So the application is for the placement of a residential mobile home, touring caravan and erection of a day room and associated works. It's retrospective, as we'll see from the pictures. It's at Henshaw Paddocks, Cossington Lane, Woollavington, which, as you'll see from discussion, is an existing site for gypsies and travellers. The proposal is at committee due to the objection of Cossington Parish Council. This is the site just on the western edge of the village of Cossington here, sort of off of Cossington Lane, which links that village with Woollavington. And just a closer up shot. So this is the existing Henshaw Paddock site, and the plot in question that, where the application is today is this plot here. So again, this is the location plan showing the sort of wider outline of the Henshaw Paddock site, which is already subdivided into these plots here. This application relates to this area within the red line here, where there is the proposal to retain a plot which has been formed within this land. This is the proposed layout of the site. So as you'll see when I get to the photographs, this is the mobile home, which is already in place. And as members will be able to see from the photographs, this is proposed space for a touring caravan. There isn't currently one on site at the moment. This is space for a proposed day room that currently is on site, but it is typical if we were to grant pitches for gypsies and travellers that they would have space for one mobile home, one day room, and one touring caravan on site. So in that sense, what's proposed is sort of falls in line with our sort of traditional expectations. So this shows a plan of a typical day room. This is the part of the unit which isn't on site at the moment, showing how that's to be internally set out. These are designs of sort of typical day rooms that we're often seeing on applications when they come forward. There is no plans provided for the mobile home. That's not unusual for applications of this nature. For a mobile home is defined in the Caravan Act, so it just needs to fall within the size dimensions of a Caravan Act. So we're satisfied, even though there is no plans of the mobile home itself, that if necessary, we could take enforcement action as long as it falls within the width and length dimensions specified in the Act, and that applies to all caravans. So this is the mobile home, which is on site already. So the one that I said is actually in position. So this is in this sort of top corner of the site. So as I said, there's no touring caravan. There's no day room on site yet. The rest of the site is laid to sort of gravel or laid out to grass here, and then the other pitches are sort of aligned along the back of the access road and round. And again, just some other photographs of the site. As you can see here, we've got the access driveway which leads into where the mobile home is located, and the landscape boundaries which are in situ, and the sort of fairly well manicured lawn. This is just a long shot of the access looking back across the site towards the mobile home and the space within the pitch. The bottom picture just shows the existing access onto the main road, just looking into the site. So you swing into the application site here. That's an access to the adjoining plot. That's not part of the proposal. There are no changes to the access to facilitate the increased one pitch as proposed by this application. There have been extensive works by Wessex Water going on in the vicinity of the access, hence some of these vehicles here at the time of my site visit. So that's been going on. I suspect the local residents are very aware of. So just to come on to policy context and assessment and how we look at applications of this type. So government policy sets out traveller proposals must be determined in accordance with the development plan, and the council's Gypsy and Traveller Needs Assessment has previously identified a need for 45 pitches, and we have consents, and with consents there was still a residual need for 30 over the period of the local plan. The way we determine applications is there is a policy within the local plan, policy D8, and that sets criteria for how we look at these applications. One thing we have to bear in mind is that the council has not prepared a development plan document for allocating sites for gypsies and travellers. So that does mean that at the current time we do not have what's called a 5-year supply of sites. So that's a material consideration in determination of the application. Now, in terms of some of the other factors we have to look at in terms of the policy, the pitches to be occupied by a family who are known to the authority, who have family connection to other residents within the immediate vicinity. So their status as gypsies and travellers is not disputed. It would make use of an existing area within the bounds of the wider site. So it does not result in any changes to the appearance of the site when viewed, for example, from public vantage points. The site is contained within mature hedgerows and fencing when viewed from the highway. So we wouldn't consider that there's any adverse visual impact which arises as a result of the proposal. Nor would we consider that the addition of one extra pitch, given its modest scale, would lead to any unacceptable impacts on the settled community. So just in terms of just picking up on some of the highway considerations, as I've stated, the proposals do not result in any changes to the existing access arrangements. The site will continue to use the existing access previously approved and which is controlled on an earlier permission in terms of its visibility, for example. The Highway Authority has provided comments on the application and has raised no objection to the scheme. And in coming to that view, they took account of the nature of the local roads and the likely numbers of vehicle movements arising. The site is also not within a high-risk flood zone. We're also satisfied that the site-wide surface water drainage arrangements, which comprise of crushed stone, would not be significantly affected by the siting of one additional pitch. Therefore, given the need for pitches in Sedgemoor, the lack of 5-year supply, the minimal visual impact of the proposal, and the lack of objection from the Highway Authority, we would consider that in terms of those tests set out in Policy D8, that those have been met. Just coming on to other matters, so in terms of amenity, there are no immediately adjoining neighbours. The closest neighbours are those ones within the site itself. And the other boundary is the highway that runs along, and then Montana scaffolding, which runs to the rear. So we wouldn't consider that there's any amenity issues that arise from the proposal itself. Foul water arising from the disposal will discharge to the Wessex Water main foul sewer as per the other pitches on the site. That was something we secured as part of one of the earlier applications for this site. And because of that, environmental health are satisfied and have raised no concerns with the proposal. The application site is within the area affected by phosphates. However, because foul flows are being discharged through the Wessex Water main sewer, which that will go down to Chiltern Trinity and discharge outside of the catchment area of the Ramsar site. So and given that there's no change in land use arising from the proposal, the county ecologist has been satisfied that those factors are sufficient for us to screen out any impact on phosphates. I'm just going to come on to the comments of the parish council, which they've raised in their representations. They've raised an issue that there is potentially an unauthorised pitch elsewhere on the site, and this is something the enforcement officers are aware of and are investigating separately from this application. that is not something that's within the bounds of this pitch. It's completely elsewhere on the site. The Parish Council have also stated that part of the proposal is on land designated for a play area and surface water drainage area. And they've reiterated those comments, and I'm sure they'll come onto them in their 3 minutes in a second letter sent since the report was published. The original plans for the site, so the site came forward in from 2014, did show this part of the site with an indication on the plans as being as a play area. So that was what was shown on the block plan that was submitted to the council when it came in. Now, this was not an area that we would typically understand in planning in terms of public open space. This was an area for the private use of anyone within the site. So it's not like a play area, like a lap or a leap that we would secure on a standard housing development that could be accessed by any members of the public. This is something that was put forward by the applicants at their behest. It is not a local plan policy requirement for us to secure any public open space within the site. There was no formal play equipment proposed as part of the proposal. Ultimately, it was just to be a grassed area. I would also note that the village play area is immediately opposite the application site and is in very short walking distance. Now, given that, we wouldn't consider that there's a policy justification to retain this as a private play area. You can see that from the photographs that it has remained a green space in large part, and that is all that would have been delivered on for it in the most part. But we wouldn't consider that there's a basis to say, for example, this should be refused because of the loss of that bit of private play provision that was proposed. Regarding the surface water issues, so the parish had previously, when that had been raised, I contacted the parish at the time, and they'd set out that they had concerns with pooling of surface water on the highway outside the site, and that there were some issues with the highway drainage within the area that was known. And I contacted the Highway Authority, who confirmed they were aware of the issue and had been for some time, that they were unsure at that point of the reason for its occurrence. Subsequently, they confirmed that there had been jetting of the highway drains in the vicinity, and that had resulted in a reduction in the incidence of surface water pooling on the road. Now, the Parish Council has stated that they are concerned about the surface water implications of this site in general and this particular proposal, and that the mobile home has been sited on the position of a drainage pond called a swell, which is supposed to serve the wider scheme as a whole. That isn't the correct position. There was an earlier version of a surface water drainage scheme which was to serve the whole application site, which initially proposed a pond to be on the site. That wasn't what was approved in the end because the applicants did percolation tests, and it was proved that the swell wasn't necessary. So whilst there will be documents on the website that show a picture of the swell, that's of a superseded version of a drainage scheme, not the approved drainage scheme. So no ponds were proposed as part of it. The mobile home here isn't to go on an approved part of that drainage scheme in terms of a specific pond. And therefore, and it has been considered that given the relatively small and size of the proposal, and the absence of any proven connection between the site and the surface water issues out on the highway, it wouldn't be considered to refuse permission on the grounds of surface water. And then just coming on to public sector equality duties, as we've touched on earlier in the day, the application provides accommodation for gypsies and travellers. They are a group that has protected characteristics that fall under the council's duty to be considered as part of the public sector equality duty. The application would provide additional pitches for the needs of this group, and as such will not negatively impact on the traveller community or their protected characteristics as defined in the Equalities Act. So we would consider our duties met in that regard. So just to summarise, in terms of the considerations, we would consider that it meets an unmet need. There is an absence of a 5-year supply. It is compliant when going through the testing policy D8, and with all other regards, such as visual impact, amenity, highways, drainage, phosphates, it is acceptable. So our recommendation is that permission should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you see we have a couple of speakers on this application. We're going to start with the member of the public who's registered, which is Joe Stradling. Would you like to come forward, please? Good afternoon. Again, you'll see the time on the clock. Start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I will start in the interest of openness and honesty by stating that I'm also Vice Chairman of Cosington Parish Council. However, I'm here today solely as a member of the parish to represent their views. The case officer has stated that there are no objections from villagers. This is not true. However, rather than present them to Sedgemoor, they have directed them to myself, among others. There is an idea that presenting them to the planning officer is a complete waste of time. There have been countless recent solid objections completely ignored by Sedgemoor, and despite numerous reports of suspected illegal development, this is followed by a retrospective application that's promptly granted, particularly when relating to a traveller site such as this, making a mockery of the planning system. The residents of Cosington would urge you to stand up for what's right and refuse this application. In this particular case, it is the third retrospective application for the site and completely ignores previous conditions which were set out for the site. The original application stated that it was unsuitable for more than the agreed 4 pitches. However, it was constructed with 5 pitches from the outset. This 5th pitch was subsequently agreed, again with a condition that no more pitches be added for fire and highway safety reasons. We then had a further retrospective application for a steel frame shed of not insignificant stature, which was also granted, with conditions for its agreed use ignored from the outset. We then come to this application, whilst at the same time having a further suspected breach following the installation of a further caravan on the site, which is still outstanding. The planning officer's comments that this should not be taken into consideration beggars belief and goes against national guidance. Whilst we understand the need for this community to have a place to call their own, the fact that there are over 50 pitches on the boundary of our small village is too much. We've suffered from numerous incidents of antisocial behaviour, as well as pollution issues from site runoff, and at times the local playing field has effectively been out of bounds for the residents of Cosington. Should you allow this additional pitch, you're allowing construction directly over the surface water drainage system and recreational area for the site. The vets immediately adjacent to this site had to install an extensive and costly surface water drainage system following their recent extension, and we wonder why this site should be treated any differently. It is not the fault of local residents that the council have failed in their obligation to provide pitches, and they should not be made to suffer from poor planning and design simply so that Sedgemoor may tick a box. I will close by again urging you to uphold your previous planning conditions and refuse this ongoing sham of drip-feeding retrospective applications one at a time, and restore some confidence in the system and local council to the parishioners of Cosington.
Thank you very much. And George Terry, if you'd like to come forward, please. Good afternoon. Just to confirm, you're speaking on behalf of the Parish Council.
Okay.
Yeah, start when you're ready.
Okay, as Joe mentioned, this is actually the third retrospective application for this site, and it takes it further away from the original well-planned and unobtrusive 4-pitch design that was sold to this council quite a few years ago. And it would also prevent important conditions imposed in the last retrospective application, where the 5th pitch was approved, being implemented. Those conditions were imposed for sound, practical, environmental and planning reasons. Despite plans being submitted to discharge them, they've never been actioned. Nothing has changed since to say they're any less important. In fact, quite the opposite. Let's look through these conditions and their reasons. No more than 5 pitches for reasons of space on site and site safety. To restore the grass play area, reason national planning policy. It was a play area that was in the original design that was never implemented. Site surface water management, not to be confused with foul water or highways water management. We're talking about site water management. The reason, the prevalence of underground springs dotted all over the area. You can see a load of water still coming up under the vets. Regarding the play area, its inclusion was advocated by national planning policy then and still is. We weren't best pleased with the case officer's recommendation that they can use our playing field across the road instead. As Joe mentioned, there have been numerous incidents arising from the use of the playing field by this and other surrounding sites, which means our residents don't want to go there anymore. They've even asked us to move it if we can. Regarding surface water management, looking at the plans, not superseded plans, in the clearance of the condition for surface water management, it shows a groundwater swell, as mentioned by the case officer, which the day room sits right on top of. This would actually render such a scheme useless. As Joe mentioned, a similar condition was imposed for a recent smaller application for the adjacent vets, and they had to spend thousands on it. Why should it not be needed here? How could you have got it so wrong with the previously imposed conditions if they're not needed now? Clearly, the plan for the whole site is affected by this application, and it should be considered as such, not just as the addition of another pitch. The government state in 2019 that failure to seek permission in advance of application will count against the application. It is a widespread practice that we should discourage. All we're interested in is openness, consistency and fairness with a strong dose of realism. That is why we are recommending refusal. Hope you will too.
Thank you very much. Well done. Mrs. DeVries, is there anything you want to, or Mr. Titchener, come back with before I come to members?
I just wanted to come on to the point of enforcement and retrospective applications. So as you would have heard from the speakers, there is currently a live enforcement investigation on this site. It's separate from this planning application. We have to consider the application before members. So it's within the red outline. If you can just get the site location plan up, please. Thank you. So the concern about the enforcement issue lies outside of the red outline, but it is a live enforcement case that is still under investigation. So we are, as a council, looking at it, but not as part of this planning application. In terms of retrospective planning applications, we are advised we cannot attach any weight to whether it's retrospective or not. So it doesn't weigh in favour of the application and it doesn't weigh against the application. It's unfortunate, and members do struggle with it sometimes, as do officers, but the fact it's retrospective or not doesn't hold any bearing on what you're considering today. And I'll pass back to Dean if there's other points.
I mean, I'm just happy to sort of just go back over the drainage and the sort of play area issues. I mean, the drainage, it wasn't the case that there was an approved swell. Like I said, that was in an earlier version, which was superseded with the advice of our council's drainage officer having reviewed percolation tests for the site as a whole. So I appreciate that that was shown on an initial plan that was submitted, but that was not the version that was approved. So this mobile home isn't going on top of a pond that should have been built. The play area, there was a condition on the previous permission we put on, because at the time of that application, that area was being used for the storage of vehicles. And we had hoped to secure it returning to a green area that would have been used for the benefit of the residents on site. They had put it forward as a play area. That notwithstanding, I'm still mindful of the fact that it was only ever a private play area put forward at the applicant's behest, and not something that we would see as a policy goal that we wanted to achieve. And therefore, the view still is that we could not fight against its loss overall. And I think just to sum up, and thank the members know, and we've said before, but obviously just in terms of what's happened with this site and the history, we do have to consider each application on its merits and look at the specific proposal in front of us at that time. And I think as members can see from the photographs, this is a site which is well looked after. This is a pitch which is appreciably retrospective, but is well looked after. It's still a large pitch. It still has it can clearly be accommodated within the confines of the site with very adequate separation from the neighbours and the other pitches. So it provides an acceptable space for one family to occupy when we know we have a need. So just looking at the specific considerations, we do feel that it is acceptable in this case. Thank you.
Could I just ask one question in relation to another point that was raised about on-site drainage, as to what is within this application to make sure there's not a problem with on-site drainage?
So the whole site was, so at the time the application came in, they did percolation tests, and it was accepted that there's sufficient percolation with the crushed stone across the site to accept that as a surface water drain scheme for the site. What we have had to consider on this site is the very small amount of hard standing which is proposed as part of this application is not so significant that we would consider it would have an overall bearing on the site-wide drainage scheme that is proposed. So that's why we're saying it's acceptable.
Members, any other comments or questions, please? Yes, Councillor Kingham and then Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Regarding the spring water, there is a problem on that side, because I did some work at the veterinary surgery a few years ago, and we had to put in drainage to take the water away. And by creating this extra area above, would obviously make it worse. I mean, so I know that vets have spent money trying to divert the water elsewhere. There is a springs there, and it does cause all sorts of problems. I know they've had all sorts of problems with this site. I can't say it's something that I would support at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt.
We're being told it's retrospective. How long's the van been on there for it to be retrospective? The mobile home, how long has that been on the site? And when, because there's something there that says it was reported a year ago. Is this the same van? Mobile home?
The mobile home, so we've had this application on our books since 2020. So it came in at some point in 2020. There were certain parts of clarification we've needed from the applicant's agent, which has taken a lot longer to bring forward to this point. But so in terms of the age of the application, it's about 2 years old. So the mobile home was on site when I took those photographs only a couple of weeks ago, so I went back just to have another look, just to check that things were still as, but I visited at the time, and the mobile home was there 2 years ago as well. So it's been retrospective for a while, but partly because it's also been in the system for quite a while now as well, because we've had it on our books for 2 years.
And have we had any reports of any problems with additional flooding as a result of this van?
Well, I think, like I said, when the Parish Council made their comments at the time, I liaised with Highways and the Highways sort of main estates teams, and we had ongoing dialogue that went over quite a long period, and we were waiting for them to do jetting and they told us at the time, finally, that they went out and did some works, and that reduced the incidents. Now, they've not come back to me and said it's worse. I get that the Parish Council say there is an existing situation there, but the difficulty is trying to tie it to this one particular development is very difficult, because we know the highway authorities come back to us and said the situation was improved when they did work to their own drains, which are outside the application site. So it's very hard to then try and link it back to this one pitch on the site and say this one pitch is going to have is responsible for the particular issues that are arising in the highway.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we just go back to the picture, I think it was of the day room? Now, if this was said that this is separate from the mobile home, but to me, that looks like what you would class as a house. I mean, the playroom and the study, you don't have to turn into bedrooms, and that would be another house. How many people are we expecting to be on this site? Because with a mobile home, then a touring caravan, and then what I would consider people probably going to live in this, a house, there's going to be a big increase on people on site. So how many more people are we expecting on this site?
I mean, I think the way Gypsy and Travers live is obviously different from how other people live. This is a kind of quite a standard setup site. So this is a typical pitch for one family. And so it was only designed to accommodate one family. It only accommodates one family, Mr. Goddard, who's in the audience, and his family members when I visited on site. That's all the pitch will be for. So if they want to use it for more than one family and want to use it as two separate planning users, then the permission won't give them that. They would need a separate planning application to do it. The setup is no different from any of the other pitches on Henshaw in that they get one tour, or one day room, and one mobile home. They're all for just one family, one bespoke family unit, as is typically understood in any planning context.
But how will that be enforced then, that this building here stays as just the playroom, the study, and not turned into bedrooms?
Well, I think if they, in the way that I guess any planning enforcement case would be, if we get information that it's being used as a completely separate planning unit, by a separate family in effect, then the planning enforcement team, would have to get involved and would use their powers, as necessary. It's the same as if any of the other day rooms and any of the other units, sites at Henshaw were used in that manner. The enforcement team would have to get involved. We're not aware that's the case regarding the day rooms. I take the point that it's an unusual situation for us to get our heads around about how the community lives like this with these two units of accommodation, which effectively they use in the way that we, I perhaps or anyone else would use their house. But that's the way they live, and it is different, but it's an accepted way of living for that type of community.
So am I right in just trying to get my head around what we've just said, is if it was the same family then using the whole site, that those rooms could change to bedrooms, but if it was a different family, they couldn't live in there?
If I just try and expand a little bit, so the day rooms are used during the day for just daytime ancillary activity, and at night when they go to bed in the caravans or the tourer, and that's generally how these activities function. If, as a family unit occupying that plot, you have one of your children sleep over in the playroom overnight one evening, it's not a problem. If you've got one whole family staying in a day room and a separate family staying in the caravan or the tourer, that makes it two planning units. So it's at that point, if that's what's happening on site, we would, through enforcement, come out, investigate it, and then require them to submit a planning application if they've subdivided that unit from one planning unit into two. But the day room is generally proposed for daytime activity, and then the nighttime activity happens in the caravan or the tourer. That's the accommodation that they sleep in, but the day-to-day activity happens in the day room. And this is the same for traveller and gypsy sites. Almost universally, you have sort of the caravan, the tourer, and a day room all on one plot. So you've always got three elements to a gypsy plot. But it won't require another application unless they subdivide the planning unit. So if they start occupying the day room as a completely self-contained separate unit to the other facilities on site, that's the point that it would require planning permission.
We'd be assessing it as a new house in the country, in the open countryside, which would be unlikely, I would have thought, to meet policies. Councillor Bolt.
I'm just going to policy D1. Is there anything within the this application? It says surface water drainage there, and it says a betterment is sought where there is an existing problem. Has that been implemented to your satisfaction?
I think to our satisfaction, we are satisfied with the surface water drainage proposals put forward as part of this project. Because the whole site has been subject to a surface water drainage scheme already approved, and we're satisfied that this does not undermine that issue. whilst I appreciate the discussion about existing surface water issues within the area, what I've said already is that there is no way of tying those specifically to this one particular proposal. We are satisfied with what's put forward. Is a very small area of hard standing oval which is proposed as part of this application, and therefore we do not consider that the site-wide surface water drainage scheme is compromised in any way, and we do feel that the requirements of policy D1 are met.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? In which case, I'm going to look for a recommendation from members. Councillor Glassford.
Just a quick query. Looking at the conditions there, it is actually stating this is only one family, isn't it, on the site? Only one family can occupy that pitch. I think it's number 2. No, number 3.
I think the wording doesn't include the term family. It includes so it includes pitch, which is how we would typically understand the occupation of a site for gypsy travellers. If it gives members the extra comfort, we could add in the additional wording for the occupation of no more than one family, just to be belt and braces, in essence.
If that was to happen, then I'd gladly go along with the office recommendation then. Probably.
Amendment to amend condition 3 to explicitly state that it's for the use of one family unit. Okay. Is that seconded? Councillor Grimes? Thank you. That's seconded. If there's no further comments from members, we have the recommendation to grant permission subject to the amended condition 3, stipulating use of one family unit. All those in favour, please show. Okay, and those against, please show. And that's the total number of members, so that's clearly carried. So that's 4 in favour, 2 against, and no abstentions. So permission is granted with the amended condition. Right, members, if you move please to our next application, which is in Mark. Just to be clear, we have 2 applications on page 108 and 120. They are separate applications, but they do relate to similar issues that cover, which affect each other. Sorry, we'll just wait until the door shuts. Thank you. Therefore, what is proposed is that we will have one presentation. The speakers who are with us, who are down to speak, will have 2 lots of 3 minutes together, so that's 6 minutes. You don't have to use the full 6 minutes if you don't want to, but you've got up to 6 minutes. But when it comes to the vote on the applications, as with listed applications, we will be taking the 2 votes separately because it could be that members have similar or different views on each one. So, but it was just to be clear that we're dealing with a presentation that's covering both to start with. So as I say, if you turn to page 108, we're in Mark and Mr. Lloyd presenting online. Oh, it's Dean. Okay, Dean, off you go, please.
Yeah, I'm doing both. I was a case officer for one of the applications, but I'm presenting for both. So yes, so the 2 applications are, one is for the erection of agricultural livestock building and the formation of an access. The other is an outline application with some matters reserved for the erection of an agricultural workers dwelling and the formation of an access. The applications before members because of the recommendations contrary to the views of Mark Parish Council and the ward member. Councillor Human, who obviously speak, considers there to be sufficient agricultural need both for the agricultural building and the dwelling. The Parish Council's comments were supportive of the agricultural building in this location as being a working farm and the building being unlikely to have a detrimental impact on the character and appearance of the area. The Parish Council's support for the agricultural dwelling was qualified on the basis that the council was satisfied that there was an agricultural need, which is fundamental to my presentation, so I'll come on to that. As I said, as the chairman said, there's two applications. The issues are cross-cutting, so it felt prudent to just give one presentation. But the applications aren't so interlinked, so if members do feel that one or other is acceptable and maybe the other isn't, they don't have to come to the same recommendation on both. There's no requirement to do so. So just an aerial shot just to get a sense of where we are. The application site is off of Northwick Road, which is to the north of Mark Causeway, which is here. The application site is just up here. So this is the farm complex on the north side of the road. So the site is operated as a cattle farm that has diversified in recent years to include caravan storage, which is what you can see in this area to the northeast of the farming site. The applicant farms about 270 acres in the vicinity, which includes land north and south of Northwick Road. The aerial shot shows the application site as indicated by the sort of star on the south side, or where the dwelling and agricultural building are to be located, and then all the existing farm buildings, the existing agricultural workers dwelling and the caravan storage are all on the north side. There are dwellings that are in third-party ownership to the east of the site. There's an existing dwelling here, which is in third-party ownership on the north side of the site as well. This is just a very old aerial photograph from 1946, which shows it's just to illustrate that the existing property that I mentioned, I'll come on to in due course, is here, and there's obviously a long-standing traditional property that's been there for some time. The farm has subsequently extended and takes up a large area on the north side of the site, so it has expanded significantly as a site in the post-war period. And part of this is just to illustrate, as I'll come on to, just some of the concerns we have about the fact that this existing cottage may stand to be quite enclosed by the development on the south side of the road. It's already quite enclosed on the north side, as we'll show. And this is part of our overall concern about the impact of the proposal on the character of the area and on the amenity of those within the existing area. These are just some excerpts from the site location plans for the two applications. So the agricultural building, the red line for the agricultural building, so that would be positioned here in this rectangle in the northern part of the site, with the new access proposed just here onto Northwick Road. The dwelling would be located to the south of the agricultural building, just further down here on its southern side. These are the block plans showing the siting of the building. So the agricultural building is to be located here primarily on a north-south axis, and you can see the access in slightly closer detail there. There is a ditch running along the road frontage, so there would need to be a new culvert for the bridging of that ditch there. And then this is the plan for the building, just indicative locations of the outline, as the application is in outline at this stage. Proposed plans and elevations. So for the agricultural building, so it's to be constructed with grey concrete panel walls, timber boarding above. The roof is to be grey fibre cement sheeting. It would measure 30 metres by 12 metres and nearly 6 metres to the ridge. It's to be used for carving and calf rearing. The dwelling application, as I said, is outline only, so we don't have any other plans other than the red line plan at this stage. So in terms of, just to summarise our concerns, and I'll go into them in some more detail. Regarding the agricultural workers dwelling, our primary concern is, in our view, the lack of functional need for a further dwelling at the site, the visual and landscape impact of the proposal and flood risk. Regarding the agricultural building application, again, it's visual and landscape impact and the amenity impacts on existing residents of the proposal. So just some photographs of the site. This is the existing agricultural workers dwelling. just on the north side of the road and just on the east of the plot, and here's just some of the existing cattle buildings. But in terms of the need for an additional workers dwelling, so in terms of the tests that we have to apply, there must be a functional need for a dwelling on site at most times, i.e. someone needs to be on site night and day because of the needs arising from the enterprise and the nature of the farming that they do. So the functional need is quite a high threshold. We are talking about sites in the countryside, development in the countryside that's not allowed by other policies, so you wouldn't be able to get a standard dwelling here, so it's quite a high test. And the test is that there needs to be that functional need, and it's a higher need than, say, what we would call a convenience need. So, it's more than just that the existing living arrangements, whatever they are, cause inconvenience in the running of the operation. It's not just that it's inconvenient to live elsewhere and to have to commute here, it's that actually the needs of the business justify additional dwelling. That's what ourselves and members need to be satisfied of when looking at agricultural workers dwelling applications. I thought this slide would just be useful just to set out the various aspects, because there's quite a bit of planning history here that we do need to work through, and I'll come through to the various elements in turn. So as I said, it operates primarily as a dairy enterprise, and has done for some time. They do run this caravan storage business, which is all located up here. They have been given permission previously for farm stay lodges, so that is on this field here. So that permission was given in 2017, and now the permission has been kept alive by putting in the slab, as I understand, for one unit, but no further works have been undertaken. So then, in terms of the other elements of the business, we've got caravan storage, the farm stay. As I stated, here is the current workers' dwelling, known as Rookery Farm Creamery. Now, that was permitted in 2001. Here is a property called Ladymead, which was previously owned by the applicants and was an agricultural workers' dwelling. It was sold, as I understand, by the applicants after getting permission for the agricultural workers' dwelling up here. Subsequently, it was sold to someone who wasn't working in farming and who subsequently then applied to have the agricultural occupancy condition removed. And that is now effectively not subject to the restrictions and could not be used only by agricultural workers anymore. This shows the proposed siting of the new dwelling to be located down here. This red arrow indicates where a creamery business was to be proposed. Now, when that previous dwelling application came forwards, part of its justification was that the applicants were going to expand their dairy business into a creamery business to support that, and a creamery was to be proposed on the western part of the dwelling. Now, that element of the business has not been carried forward, as I understand it. So in terms of the size and scale of the holding, so the applicant tells us they've been trying to build up their cattle business. The cattle numbers on site, however, had been decreasing every year for the last 3 years. So we understand that they were 118 in 2019 and had gone down to 110 at the time of writing when we wrote the report. The agent, and I don't want to allude to, wrote to me last week to say that they'd very recently picked up some more cattle and the numbers have just recently gone up to 146, and I expect they'll touch on that in due course. The things we have to look at is there's a lot of previous history on this site, and so we have agricultural appraisals put forward previously, and you can look at the total number of cattle on the site prior. And if you go back to 2001, the number of cattle on the site were 110. Now, at the time of writing my report, the cattle on site were 108. So in 20 years, the actual scale of the operation hasn't been subject to significant change. Furthermore, as I stated, there was previously an agricultural workers dwelling on site when they got permission for the current agricultural workers dwelling. Now, so their property was justified on the basis that they were going to set up this creamery, which never came to fruition. And then the other dwelling was sold off to a third party. Now, the national guidance would say that where properties are sold off, that would indicate that actually there is an absence of a functional need if properties subject to occupancy conditions have been relinquished. Now, we would consider that the cattle operation hasn't changed significantly in that 20-year period. And because of that, it is difficult to see what new need arises that would, at this current juncture, justify an additional dwelling. We accept the caravan business is new, but caravan storage in itself we wouldn't consider to generate a functional need, i.e. a need for a person to live on site night and day in the same way that someone would need to be on site night and day to assist with the carving and calf rearing. And besides, the position of the existing dwelling here, if there are any security needs, 24-hour security needs, the position of the existing dwelling is perfectly well placed in our view to provide those security needs, being covering the access, the sole access to the caravan. So we would consider if there was even any residual functional needs arising from that caravan site that they are met. As I've stated, the farm stay lodges haven't been constructed, so we wouldn't consider there's any particular needs there. We do understand the applicant's desire to provide accommodation for their adult children. It is one of the applicant's adult children who we're told would be one of the occupants of the dwelling. But obviously our job is only to recommend permission where we are satisfied that there is a functional need which cannot be met by any existing dwellings on the site. And in our view, given the operation has been largely static for 20 years, combined with the selling off of a previous worker, we're not considering that a further agricultural workers dwelling is justified at the current stage. And then, so that's sort of principle of the agricultural workers dwelling. Then just coming on to visual impact considerations, landscape considerations and amenity. So this is the site on Northwick Road. Northwick Road runs in an east-west sort of line, along which there is some sporadic development. Even the road's linear in nature, there are these isolated little farms or former farms. By far, the farming site the enterprise is by far the biggest development on the road and has a considerable land take on the north side of the road. Largely, the land on the south side of the road is undeveloped and provides a bit of a counterfoil to the very developed area to the north, which has been subject to expansion over the last 50 years. And these are some photographs that just illustrate the site. So this top one shows where the building would go and the dwelling would go. And then this and bottom one just shows it from a slightly different angle. So both of these are taken from the road. So they do show the open rural character of the area and the concerns that would arise if new built development was introduced on this land to the south. The agent has stated that development needs to be located here rather than the opposite side of the road with the existing complex for biosecurity and welfare reasons. They state that the new agricultural building would assist with welfare standards and be beneficial to the business. Now, such a large building so close to the lane, so it's going here in a north-south line, is going to create a significant degree of visual enclosure when travelling along the lane, which does not currently exist. And we would consider that to be to the detriment of the open aspect of the landscape. It would be significantly preferable for the new dwelling and agricultural building, if we were satisfied with the principle, to be grouped together on the north side of the road and to leave the south side undeveloped. Neither would we consider it practical to screen such a large building, which is nearly 6 metres to the ridge, and so close to the road, taking into account the very open nature of the existing site. And this photograph shows the position of the third-party dwelling here. So, and the proposal would be located. So the agricultural building would be located here. So their outlook would be onto a nearly 6 metre high cattle building, a very short separation distance. So it would only be about 21 metres from the new cattle building to the dwelling. Now, the use of the building for calf rearing and such intensive uses may lead to issues of noise, odour and flies. That's the kind of amenity impacts that you would associate with agricultural livestock buildings. And just to give an indication of what could be done into permitted developments, permitted development rights would not allow, you could not use permitted development rights to erect a livestock building within 400 metres of a third-party dwelling. And here we're talking about 21 metres. So obviously we are talking by any standards excessively close. So it's inevitable that some noise and odour is in proximity to such a sensitive receptor as a third-party proposal could not be fully mitigated by conditions given the very close proximity. Now, we haven't received an objection from that property. Nonetheless, it is considered best place to avoid occurrence of such future complaints by finding a most suitable position for a building that wouldn't give rise to such concerns. A question would arise, does the increase in built development proposed here, aiding the welfare standards of the business, providing a dwelling for the needs of the operation, outweigh the environmental harm to the open character of the area, of the lane, the natural beauty and the tranquility of this part of the countryside? Oh, sorry, my finger's a bit heavy. Furthermore, do the business benefits of the cattle building outweigh the impacts of being in such close proximity to an unrelated dwelling? These are the things we have to take account in our balancing exercise. Might those impacts be lessened by positioning the proposals within an existing cluster of buildings on the north side and away from this third-party dwelling? And in our view, the harm that's caused by the proposals isn't justified in this case. Just to come on to flood risk, the image here showed is the Environment Agency's flood map. The site for both schemes is within the blue area, which is flood zone 3. The map shows that some of the existing farm buildings are also within flood zone 3, but some are within zones 1 and 2, the areas where you can see some of the lighter colours, the more pale colours and the white. That is not to say that there's a reason for refusal on flood risk grounds for the agricultural building, as farm buildings may be permissible in flood zone 3 subject to certain conditions. However, having regard to the precautionary principle, the building would be better sited to the north, and flood risk does weigh negatively in the planning balance, given that there are some areas at lower flood risk to the north. With regard to the dwelling, given that the principle of that proposal, in our view, is not accepted, that we do not accept the functional case, a reason for refusal on flood risk grounds would have to be raised because ultimately it is in flood zone 3 and we wouldn't consider the sequential test needs would be met. Just coming on to highways, I appreciate it's quite a long presentation. There's just quite a few issues to cover. So this is just a plan showing where the access is going to come in. It sits alongside an existing field access. There is already a gate and culvert here. So the new access would require it would go building over the Reen. It is in quite close proximity to the existing access, and as such, the County Highway Authority did raise some concerns. The new access would serve the dwelling as well. Highway stated that they could not recommend approval for an additional access so close to the existing. We would consider that, having looked at the level of traffic, it's a very lightly used lane. There's not a significant volume of vehicle movements along here. The livestock building is likely to generate some increase in vehicle movements, but is that to an extent that would warrant refusal? It would not be our view to recommend a refusal on these grounds, because we would not consider it hazardous in that effect. However, the fact that it doesn't make use of an existing access, and they do seem to unnecessarily create a second access so close to the first access, is perhaps symptomatic of a number of elements which do weigh negatively in the balance about this. It might have been better to just widen the existing access slightly rather than creating two culverts of the Reen in such close proximity to each other. And these photographs just show where the new access would go over the Reen and the existing access which is currently there in place at the moment. So we just need to go beyond there. So just to bring it all to a conclusion at the end, regarding the agricultural workers' dwellings, our concerns are threefold: lack of a functional need for a further dwelling, visual and landscape impacts and flood risk, and with the agricultural building, its visual and landscape impact, amenity impact on existing residents, and therefore our recommendation for both is that permission is refused. Thank you.
As you'll see, members, we've got 3 speakers on both of the applications, so we'll start with John Graham. And just to confirm, today you're speaking as a local resident in support. I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Again, as I mentioned before, you've got up to 6 minutes. You'll see the time on the clock. Start when you're ready, please.
Mr. Chairman, fellow councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Petheram.
My name's John Graham. As a farm consultant, my expertise is in turning around financially struggling farm businesses. I was introduced to the farm in 2010 by Lloyds Bank, who were concerned over the financial viability of the business. In fact, they very nearly called in their lending, which would have meant the family selling the farm. I want to emphasize the difference between the business then and the significant changes to how it is now. And this has only been possible with the commitment of Colin and especially the 2 adult sons. Previously, the farm had 103 cows. It now has 146. This is a 41% increase. Significantly, progress has continued beyond the appraisal report, and maybe the speed of expansion is greater than the planning officer had been aware of. The total number of all livestock on the farm was 160. It is now 247. So fundamentally, this increases the FTE calculation from 3 to 3.6 as per the appraisal. The farm was financially unable to service its debt. The business is now thriving with a turnover in excess of 380k. The farm's invested in buildings, tracks, upgrading the parlour for increased cow numbers. And the new building application is part of this development and is to house cows due to calve. They will be bedded on straw with little to no odour over and above what is currently on the farm. Cow yield has increased from 6,000 litres per cow to nearly 8,000 litres. This is a huge increase in efficiency, which doesn't happen by accident. The business has gone from relying solely on milk production and has now introduced some diversification to insulate it from price fluctuations. And finally, the sons were boys, they're now adults of 26 and 30 years. All this development has only been possible with the commitment of the family labour, their expertise, dedication, and most importantly, long hours. Mr. Chairman, we feel there is so much more to business expansion than just cow numbers on which so much reliance is being put for the functional need. Today, I see a lot of dairy farms selling up because of a shortage of labour. And yet here we have 2 adult sons wanting to start their own families and eventually to take over from their father running the farm. So going forward, the goals are to continue growing the business and improve efficiency, and for Mr. Petheram to retire and the sons to take over. As you probably know, in farming, the handing over from father to sons is a lengthy process. We estimate this to take place over the next 10 years, when Colin will be 71 and the sons 36 and 40. In conclusion, it seems to me unreasonable that the sons are needing to live in the same dwelling as their parents in order for the business to continue in this fashion. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Human, please come forward. Again, you'll see the time on the clock. Start when you're ready.
Thanks. You. Good afternoon, members, and thank you for allowing me to speak in support of these applications as the ward member for Markham Wedmore. You've just heard from John Graham, who presented the farming reasons for me needing both the new agricultural building and farm workers' dwelling. Although I'm not going to repeat those arguments, I would like to emphasise they're made by an agricultural consultant specialist who's been working with the Petherams for a number of years now, and so, in my opinion, should address any concerns that the officer has had as to the farming need. After I've spoken, you will hear from agricultural planning specialist Robert Stone as to why he thinks that the policy objections set out by the officer are now misdirected and out of date with the current situation. I want to concentrate on the background story regarding the applications and the human need, no pun intended. Members may be left wondering why they're faced with a new application today when the Petheram family had a farm workers dwelling which they sold in 2001. That dwelling was built soon after 1985 and remained in the farm's ownership until, as said, 2001. During this period, Colin's Petheram's father, Sam, was in charge of the farm. Colin and his wife had 2 young sons born in 92 and 96. The future of the farm was in jeopardy. Farmers amongst you will recall that during this period, dairy agriculture was hit with dramatically low prices, foot and mouth, and BSC and all its ramifications with the cohort scheme. The future of Rookery Farm was bleak. Sam had to take decisive action to keep the farm working both for himself and his son. He sold the dwelling in order to free up capital to keep the farm liquid. Thankfully, they succeeded in buying enough time to survive these economic disasters. Since then, Sam retired and sadly passed away, with Colin taking over management. He sought professional help to guide him through further difficult times, but at least today the farm is thriving and expanding. Which brings us to succession planning. When Ladymead, the previous dwelling, was sold, the boys were very young and their futures in agriculture highly uncertain. But by today, they have both invested their futures in this farm, choosing to remain living and working there. This is a local success story in an area where local employment is scarce. Austin, for whom the dwelling is being built on this occasion, has chosen to remain on farm and has a steady relationship with a view to starting his own family. Clearly, he will need his own house. Local housing that is affordable to a young family is scant in Mark. Members, we will be enabling a young family to remain in the village and keep alive the future prospects of this vitally important industry in our local area. It won't be that long before Colin himself, who is now 61 years old, will be thinking of retirement and handing over the farm to his 2 sons. We need to support them any way we can. I also want to emphasise that the Petheram family are well respected and fully integrated part of the Mark community. They're not hugely wealthy landowners, but hardworking with a viable business. The 2 sons have grown up in the community and take part in many local events and organisations such as the cricket club. Granting permission today will help to cement their future role in our community. In summary, I would ask members to view the current application in the light of today's circumstances and based on the current situation. I would ask members to park any preconceived misgivings they may have had with regard to the previous dwelling being sold and the officer's view that it is still relevant 21 years on. An awful lot has changed since those dark days in 2001 when the boys were just 10 and 6 years old. I think I should also highlight the applicant has made a series of amendments to satisfy the planning officer's concerns and to maintain the support of all their neighbours. The parish council is also supportive. Please grant this application in order to support and secure for the future a thriving business that is guaranteeing the futures of 2 young but dedicated members of farming and their families. They are the future of our farming in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Stone. Again, please start when you're ready.
Chairman, members of the committee, the applicants have asked me to say a few words on their behalf in support of the planning applications before you today. I don't plan to repeat the comments that have already been made by the previous 2 speakers. I feel that the planning applications before you today meet with both local and national planning policy in relation to the agricultural development and the agricultural workers dwelling. The National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 80, does allow for key rural workers' dwellings to be built in the countryside. Also, paragraph 84 of the National Planning Policy Framework is there to support a prosperous rural economy, which the applicant is trying to achieve through the applications before you today. We note that the planning officer has referred to the local planning policy D10, but we feel that the applicant has met the conditions of this policy and also paragraph 80 of the National Planning Policy Framework, as confirmed by the Agricultural Appraisal Report prepared by the applicant's farm advisor, John Graham. The appraisal shows there is an existing functional need for 2 workers to live on site. The farm needs 3. The business also is financially sound and is capable of supporting 2 agricultural workers dwelling, so we meet the financial test. There are no other dwellings on the site that are suitable or available to meet this need. We feel that the proposed dwelling is also of a size consumable and is an essential need, and also feel that the new access is required to keep the separate cow tracks and from the machinery and vehicle accesses to the house and buildings. We feel that this application complies with policy D10 and paragraphs 80 and 84 of the NPPF. We note on the proposed agricultural building application that the planners have objected to the building due to it being so close to Knoll Cottage to the north. However, please note that Knoll Cottage is currently situated immediately to the west of the farm, of the milking parlour and the livestock buildings on site. So these buildings are actually a lot closer to Knoll Cottage than what we are proposing. We're trying to move some of the cattle and buildings south of the road to reduce the impact to the neighbouring properties, e.g. noise and smell. We feel that the agricultural building that is proposed is the same design and scale that has been supported many times by Sedgemoor District Council's planners. We do not feel that this will result in any adverse noise or odour pollution to Knoll's Cottage, because it is actually moving some of the livestock further away from Knoll Cottage. The proposed building will be used for the housing of dry cows and for calving of cows, and its essential need for the worker to be on site to help with the calving of these cows and to be as close to this building as possible. We therefore feel that this again meets with policy D10, as the new dwelling is well positioned in relation to the proposed building. We also feel that by the erection of this new building, we will be pushing the access track to the new house further away from Knoll Cottage to reduce any impact. We feel that the proposed building also meets with planning policy C01, as it's helping support the rural economy and an existing business, which will allow them to expand and thrive. I note in the planning officer's refusal notice for the building, they have referred to policy D19. However, this policy relates to development proposals within the Mendip Hills and Quantock Hills areas of outstanding national beauty and to undeveloped coast. The buildings that are proposed are in neither of the above areas nor on undeveloped coast. This is on the Somerset levels next to an existing farmyard with houses all around it, so it's already a developed landscape. Therefore, I do not believe that the buildings will have any adverse impact on the local landscape features, nor are they going to have any adverse impact on public accessible vantage points. The buildings are similar in size to other buildings in the vicinity, such as the buildings on the opposite side of the road and in the neighbouring areas. I would also point out that the site now is also now blighted by the new T-pylon scheme. We trust that you'll be able to take on board the applicant's comments before you today, and we hope that you'll be able to support our client and his sons as at today's facts and needs, so that they are able to continue the success of the existing farm business and help secure the future of the farming business for his sons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Before I come to members, is there anything you want to comment, and then I'll come to members for comments and questions? Yep, please do.
Yeah, happy to just pick up a few points in there. Just on functional need, there was information put in there about how many workers could be justified through the calculation. So one of the tests you have to go through for these type of applications is to justify that you can employ, that the proposal will employ at least a full-time worker and not a part-time worker. So that's something they have to do, and that as a calculation has been submitted to us, and the applicant said it justifies 3 full-time workers. The issue for us is that 3 full-time workers doesn't translate into 3 dwellings. You have to apply the functional need test and say that the proposal at hand that we have now generates a functional need for a further dwelling on site. So there are specific roles that are being taken place as part by this person that will live in this dwelling that means that someone else can live on site. That's not already met by the existing dwelling that's there. So it is more than just a case of saying we've got 3, that means three dwellings. And then just in terms of some of the comments that are made about the agricultural dwelling, the agricultural building, I do refute the point that putting it because there are existing buildings next to the existing dwelling of Knoll Cottage, that having a third one next to it is no worse. We would want to minimise as much as possible amenity impacts as much as we can. If we could do that by locating it further away from the dwelling, that would be beneficial, just in terms of noise and smell, and also in terms of their outlook. You know, they were going to look out on the 6-metre high ridge of an agricultural building, 21 metres outside their front door, in what is currently a very open landscape. So there's a twofold reason there why we would see benefits of putting it elsewhere. We don't have an in-principle objection to the agricultural building. It's just an objection to where it's being proposed as part of this application. And then finally, just the last comment that the agent made about policy D19, which is the landscape policy. It does also apply to other non-designated landscapes as well. It applies different tests, because obviously the Mendip Hills and the A and Bs have the highest level of protection, but there are still considerations we have to take into account. And the Somerset levels and more is a designated landscape area in terms of things like our landscape character assessments. It has a very specific character of its own, you know, which we would see that this site exhibits. You know, it's flat, green boundaries, those kind of things, very open. So it is relevant to considerations in this type of application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I just ask one query in relation to the dwelling that we were talking about being close to? You mentioned that in principle, we as an authority don't have a problem with the building, it's where it is. Have there been sites that have been looked at as to alternatives? Because, excuse me, again, looking at the development in front of us, there's the dwelling that was sold off 20 years ago, that's across the road on the other side. So have we worked out that there is actually an alternative site that does work better rather than just there might?
Yeah, we think there are alternative sites. So the applicant has given us plans of the land that they farm, and they farm extensive land north and south of the road. We have always tried to get them to move away from land on the south side of the road, because we would see the south side of the road as a bit of a threshold where the landscape is very undeveloped, apart from the sort of the former bungalows on the other side, and we'd want to keep it contained somewhere within these buildings. Now, whether that was part of the land that was used for the farm stay, for example, just passing off a small part of that, or other parts near the caravan storage, it's all land that's within the overall holding. So we'd be happy to have discussions about that. Where we've had discussions about these before, the initial location of the dwelling was to be even further to the west on the south side, and an even more isolated location. And whilst it's moved slightly further, we're still on that side of the road that for us gives us visual and landscape issues. This is one of those applications that it's not an absolute no, but it's about getting the detail right from our point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Betty and then Councillor Bolt.
Chairman, I don't see an issue with it being the other side of the road, the building or the dwelling. I mean, on my way here, I pass through a farm, and on the way home, I will pass through it again, where there's buildings on both sides of the road to the farm. So I don't see a problem with that. To do with the number of cattle, any time you go to a farm, whether it be this month or next month, the number of cattle will always change. It's to do with the selling and the buying, because people don't always buy when they're selling. I know my father doesn't anyway. He sells when it's high and tries to buy when it's lower. So the numbers are always fluctuating. So to say that they haven't changed, I don't think does the business justice. Another thing was when they were mentioning about the comment about the cattle not increasing. Well, without agricultural buildings to house these livestock, the numbers aren't going to increase. Also, we're saying about the need for an agricultural dwelling. I mean, last time we had the opposite, which was a self-build, telling them to go and apply for an agricultural dwelling. So will this applicant be better to not go for agricultural dwelling and try for a self-build?
Mr. DeVries.
Thank you. I know the case that you're referring to that was deferred for committee for them to try and put together the best argument they could for the rural location. In that site, there wasn't a cluster of at least 10 or more properties. Similar to this site, there isn't a cluster of 10 or more properties. So it again wouldn't be compliant with the self-build regulations. I have heard sort of all the speakers and understand sort of the background support for the proposal. I think if members are debating it, I think I would just urge you to have a look at each of the reasons for refusal and to see if you are satisfied that each of the reasons have been addressed. The concerns, I think, from the officer perspective is that by going to the south on the opposite side of the road, it is a very exposed site due to the nature of the character of that landscape area. We wouldn't be able, due to the nature of the landscape area, to adequately screen any sort of buildings or development on that side. So you'd be accepting that development would be going on that side of the road. And, you know, our point, I think, in terms of the reason for refusal that's recommended is potential impact on the neighbouring property, which isn't in the ownership of the applicant. As the speaker has said, it's already surrounded by the existing farmstead. It's the potential for an additional building outside the front at a distance of 21 metres. So I think from an officer perspective, there was a drive to sort of see what opportunities there were on the northern side to get to a more acceptable situation from our perspective in terms of landscape and amenity impacts on the neighbours, depending on how members feel in respect of functional case put forward. Obviously, the agricultural building, the impact was side-scale massing, potential lighting issues on the opposite side to the main farmstead, and potential impact on the neighbour. In respect to the dwelling, it was whether there was an adequate functional need, given there's an existing dwelling on site, for another dwelling, and then the landscape impact because it's on the opposite side of the road, and then the flood risk issue because there are areas of lower flood risk on the northern side. So if members bear those in mind as you're working through your considerations, because if you are coming in support of the proposal, you would have to be happy that all of those issues have been addressed through your considerations.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Can I just ask Mr. Fries about that last comment she made? If this was going through as an agricultural build, it would meet all of the requirements to be built on Zone 3.
We're talking about the dwelling or the
dwelling, yes.
Yeah. So the dwelling, if you are satisfied that there is a functional requirement for it to be constructed in or adjoining or close to the farmstead, the majority of the farmstead is flood zone 3. There are areas, if you want to just get up the flood map quickly, there are areas of slightly lower flood risk that's just on the screen behind us. Footprint wise, they're fairly limited. So whether you'd actually be able to construct something within those constraints, I would say it's marginal. So I think I would say if you're satisfied there's a functional link to be in close proximity to that farmstead, you know, ideally as officers we would want slightly further information just to discount the other areas. But if you're satisfied there's a functional link, I think you could probably overcome the flood risk reason. But as we haven't, as officers, come to the point that we're satisfied there's a functional link, we've had to refuse on flood risk grounds as well.
I hate to say it's a bit of a chicken and egg because maybe I'm looking at this simplistically. Without the new shed, you aren't going to be able to have the functional ability to justify it. So what comes first? Because I can see if you know, what's 146 cattle there now, if you're going to increase that, which of course I think everybody would hopefully be making more money and wish everybody every success. If you're going to increase that, you are going to need more staff because it's going to be a more intensive farming. But unless they can put this in place, then you can't. You know, you're saying that you can't justify the need for the house.
Yes,
I gather that's what you're saying.
It's a really difficult situation, and usually with the test we do try to get evidence of investment prior to applications for agricultural workers dwellings. In this case, these applications came in at a similar time together, so they have been considered together. And ultimately, you know, consenting one and not, you know, members are free to make different, because they are two separate planning applications. So if you felt, you know, you could extend for the agricultural building, let that see how it flourishes, how it changes the economic case with a farm, you could do that and decline the residential dwelling, or vice versa, if you don't think the building's necessary or required. I think from an officer perspective, we weren't necessarily satisfied that the southern side of the road was the right place for it, and that we were wanting to look at sort of options on the northern side of the farm in the cluster of existing agricultural buildings. The location of the agricultural building causes us concern from an officer perspective in terms of impact on neighbours and the landscape impact, and the dwelling is landscape impact, flood zone and lack of functional need.
Have yourselves exhausted the ability to be talking to the applicants?
I would suggest no. I think we would always, especially in cases where permission is refused, offer, continued dialogue about alternative, siting, alternative arrangements outside of the framework of an application. That's not something that we insist on, things like pre-application fees or anything like this. And where we've refused applications before, I've been happy to go on site, talk them through the options, talk them through what we would feel may well be acceptable. Because particularly with the agricultural building, it's not the principle that's a problem at all. It's just about trying to get the right position effectively. One that doesn't give us visual concerns and one that's not so close to a third-party dwelling. And that is something that we've done on previous applications, and with the same agents and Greenslade, we've often met them for these type of things, and we'll be happy to do so if that was the line that members went down on this application.
Being a bit of a devil's advocate here, I'm looking at the flood plan. I'm seeing the blue and the white areas on the field over, which is already got planning permission. But if they put up an agricultural building directly opposite those houses, you'll probably have the same comments.
I guess without picking the actual site right here in this meeting, I think what we are aware of is that the applicants farm most of the land that surrounds the buildings, so there are various potential options. Some of them particularly far away from existing dwellings, so it doesn't have to be the case that some farms you go to are really constrained about what their options are, and that sort of forces the hand of what they can do. I think that there are many more options here because that they have much more land available, and so that in our view we wouldn't consider that all those options have been exhausted, and there should be the option for siting a building that's much further away from existing residences than is proposed here. So we do feel there should be an acceptable scheme. But in our view, it's just not this one.
I must admit, the bit I'm struggling with at the moment is I understand the logic of the not coming to the south of the road, and I'm probably, and I'm not predetermining myself for later on, but I'm probably, if that building goes up, I'm not so concerned about the residential because I think that actually goes well with that. But my struggle at the moment is it feels like the place that the building is going, because of its proximity to that other house, is an issue. And if we were able to defer to get or to renegotiate to get a different site for the two to come forward, I can see them coming as a package. But that's what I'm struggling with at the moment is just the location of the barn. Councillor Grimes.
Very difficult, Chairman. If this was refused, would they get a free go to come back after discussions?
Normally, if you get a refused planning application, you do get a free go if it's the same applicant and the same red outline. And that's where the issue is going to be, because the two red outlines for the two sites, if you can go back to the site location plan, they're both fairly prescriptive and definitely on the southern side of the road. I think to address our concerns, the red outlines would need to be significantly different to what we've currently got. So unfortunately, that there wouldn't be a free go if we were relocating the site to what we would consider to be a more suitable one. And similarly, I mean, listening to the debate and whether it would be worth deferring an application for a site visit, I think the red outline again constrains us in terms of what we could defer it for in terms of meaningful consideration. If members are struggling with the bit of it being on the southern side of the road and the open landscape impact, there's not any scope to change that within the current red outline. You know, we have been in negotiation with the applicant and the proposal has shifted slightly as part of the application, but it's always stayed on the southern side. But I'll leave it for members to continue to debate.
And can I just play devil's advocate and just ask a question? In terms of it moving before, I think we were told it had moved from further up the road, so the red line moved in those negotiations?
No, that was a previous application which was withdrawn, so.
Okay, it's worth a try. Councillor Bolt.
Take the heat off for a moment. Are we saying that if it's deferred, and for further conversations to happen between yourselves, whatever, if it came back with a different outline or red lines, it would be a new application?
Right. Councillor Grimes, did Councillor Kingham indicate? Yeah, Councillor
Yeah,
Grimes and Councillor Kingham.
I think we're struggling on this. I've listened to the application and I sympathise with the speakers. So I'm at the moment, I tend to agree with the officers and I'll move the recommendation to refuse permission.
So that's the one for the agricultural building at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Kingham?
We've had a long presentation from the officers putting their case regarding the farm and the application of where the building should be. We've had a presentation from the three speakers saying we have a thriving business that needs to sustain itself and keep going. And you're saying the building is in the wrong place. You've only got to go a short way away from that farm and there's houses built in the countryside connected to farms. I can't see what the difference is in this one. Safewick Road, there's one built on its own, and there's one, I think, I can't think of the name of the road now, if you come from the Fox and Goose, there's a farm building there on its own. So how you can say this one is incorrect when there are a number of other farm buildings similar in the area.
Councillor Betty.
As I previously stated about the house and the barn being on the opposite side of the road, and we're saying about how it's an open countryside. I mean, the farm that I pass is in Moorland, or not, well, between Moorland and Burbridge, which is near enough exactly the same sort of situation as this. So I'm fab of why we're saying that. And on that note, I would like to propose that we support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
I'd like to second Tony's as councillor's proposal to accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Any further comments from members? Okay. So as things stand at the moment, we've got a proposal which is seconded for refusal of the application as it stands at the moment. We've had a proposal for something else, but that hasn't been seconded as yet, and I think it may come to that's a negative of the first one anyway.
Chairman,
Yes, please do.
with the second recommendation,
You'll need to use the mic.
Right, even with the second recommendation from Councillor Betty, we will need planning grounds to support his motion.
I think at the moment I'll come to you after the vote, because depending on what happens to the vote, we may get to your resolution. If we do, then you'll need to have those in mind. Okay, so as things stand at the moment, we have the recommendation for refusal of the application, as I say, as it stands at the moment. Those in favour of refusal, please show. Those against refusal, please show. And any abstentions? And one abstention. So that is refused. All I would say at that point is both the applicants and our officers have heard the debate. I think you're well aware of where members want this to head. Okay, that moves us to the second part of the application, which is the agricultural workers dwelling. Any further comments or questions on that one, or I'm looking for a recommendation? Councillor Grimes.
This is recommendation on that one, Chairman.
I'm sorry again, please. No, because it was the first resolution was passed 3 to 2 to 1.
And the second one.
So the second one doesn't
Oh,
come
I see,
forward.
sorry, it wasn't actually proposing for the second. Oh, right, okay, yeah, right.
Because that would only have been
Yeah,
the
no,
motion
no,
if,
no,
if
yeah.
that first one had failed.
I thought he'd proposed it for the second application.
No, that was for the first application. Okay, so Councillor Grimes, I think you proposed refusal for the second application. Thank you very much. Councillor Glassford. Okay, so again, those in favour of recommendation for refusal of the agricultural workers dwelling on the current application, that please show.
1, 2, 3, 4 in favour for refusal.
And refusals, please show. That's 4 to 2.
Sorry, 2 against refusal.
Yeah, so that is clearly carried as well. As I say, on that one as well, please can we make sure that negotiations start as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Members, that brings us to our last application, which is on page 129. Yeah, I've just been asked if we could have a short comfort break, so we will restart in about 8 minutes. If we could turn to page 129 and North Petherton, please. And Mr. Noon, are you joining us remotely?
Yes, I am. Hopefully you can all hear me.
We can now, thank you very much. So
Right.
if you'd like to introduce this one, please.
I shall just quickly share my screen. Should be this one. And
Yep, we've got that. That's
right.
good.
That's the slideshow?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. Right. This is an application for land at number 2 Butts Corner, North Petherton, where they want to extend the existing house and also provide a new detached dwelling in the garden to the side of the existing property. Here's the site, sort of just circled in yellow, just on the west side of Butts Corner, which is sort of just to in the houses to the north of the main road coming in from Bridgewater, sort of village centre or town centre rather, just over in this area here. Just zoomed in more closely, we have a pattern of semi-detached properties of a fairly familiar type, arranged in this little cul-de-sac, 2 at the bottom and or 2 pairs at the bottom and 2 either side. Just in terms of the red line, here as you see there's a larger garden to the south of number 2, which is the site for the proposed new dwelling, and then the extension would go on the side of it. There are other properties that have been extended, including one where a dwelling was added to make a terrace of 3. Just the survey drawing here, just showing that there is 1 tree sort of in the front that would be removed, 1 at the rear that would be retained, and otherwise it's a level just garden site. So there it's shaded in sort of the mauvey colour are the extensions to the retained house, so a 2-storey side extension and then a single-storey rear extension with a detached 2-storey dwelling to the south and parking for the 2 dwellings in front. So as existing, fairly familiar pattern of development for these pairs of hip roof semi-detached buildings. And then we can see there the 2-storey side extension in a format where the same sort of form as others have been extended with a sort of lowered ridge line to create a subservient additional form to the main house, with then sort of the flat roof with the flat roof behind a parapet wall as the extension to the rear. And then the new house, very simple, 2-storey dwellings facing the road. And then a street scene just to show how this all sits in as the land rises slightly to the south, such that it, although the eaves lines would be sort of slightly higher, the ridge line would also be sort of commensurate with the original house, although obviously higher than the subservient 2-storey extension. but very much of a sort of a design and matching materials to reflect the pattern of development. And then just to show you what it looks like at the moment, number 2 is on the left of this pair. There's the tree that would be removed. Just moving around a little bit, just to sort of pan across the site. Neighbour's property is in behind this fence, so we have a larger garden here that wraps around to the back of the house. And then looking up the road, just to the access at the far end there, you can see a sort of similar form of extension on the opposite side of the road. And then sort of just looking into that back garden area, and then stood in the back garden looking back out across to properties on the other side of the road, just to get a feel for the nature of the existing house. There's a retained tree on the left there, and then that's just a straightforward rear elevation. And then just sort of looking around the other properties, you can see here there's a number of alterations that have been made to extend these properties over the years. And I think that one over there on the end is the additional one that has been created. That little white one there. So in terms of the principle, as it's, we regard this as an infill opportunity within the settlement boundary that raises no matters of principle for either the extension or for the new build. In terms of visual impact, the extension is considered appropriate in terms of its detailing. The 2-storey dwelling would simply make use of an existing large garden at an existing property, and would retain sufficient amenity and parking space for both the new and the existing property, and would be done in matching materials to reflect what is there in the cul-de-sac already. No issues in terms of residential amenities, for example, overlooking or overshadowing, but from either the extension or the new dwelling. And as I said, there will be sufficient amenity space for both dwellings. The access arrangements are considered acceptable, and additional parking provided on site would reduce the need for on-street parking. That would meet the needs of both dwellings, and they're not considered to be any increase in traffic movements that would be associated with either the new dwelling or the extended original dwelling, such that there would be any knock-on effects elsewhere on the highway network. So on that basis, the recommendation is of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Yeah, Councillor Betty.
I personally can't see any issue with this, and I'll happily support the officer's recommendation.
Just before we get anyone else, can I ask a question actually of Mr. Noon? Could you go back to the elevations? Just looking at the character of the area that you showed us the photographs of, almost all the properties are hipped and they all have chimneys. If you show us the elevation of the new one, it's a little square box with a box roof. And I just wonder whether there's anything that we could be looking at doing to make that roof treatment more in character with the rest of the area, because otherwise it just seems to me it stands out of character with anything. But Mr. Noon, I don't know if you've got any comments. I know function follows form, but
I think the very small sort of width of it in terms of the frontage, I don't think would lend itself well to a hipped roof. You probably end up with a pyramid roof, if anything. The obvious cure to that would be to do it as an attached property and just simply extend the roof form. Well, you wouldn't do the drop on the extension here. You would just simply carry it on over, and then you would have a sort of hip roof all the way over. In terms of the chimneys, I do appreciate the sort of concern about the roofscape that chimneys create, but I think sort of chimneys are these days they are inevitably an add-on that serve no purpose apart from a sort of visual impact. And I think we're probably not going to see many of them in future development. In terms of this property, if we ask for I don't feel it in the character of this area it demands a chimney. It would certainly be a sort of a fake chimney that would be added on, because I don't think you're going to see fireplaces built into houses within settlements for a number of reasons, most not least of which building control. Just in terms of what else we've got here, in sort of panning around, we do have the odd one over there that doesn't have a hipped roof. I do appreciate that that is at the end of a terrace of 3 now. In terms of the strength of the character of the area, an infill plot here, I think, sort of standing as on its own as a new build, I don't think it is necessary to support this one for it to have a different roof form. I think it would be difficult to achieve given the size of the property in terms of how you would get a hip roof onto a relatively small building such as this.
Okay, I'll leave that for the debate. Okay, we've got Councillor Bolt and then Councillor Kingham.
Actually, I think most of it's been covered. I want to have a look round because there's certain areas where there's been new developments and every house in the area has a chimney except them. And as quality builds as they are, they look totally out of place. And I take on board what Mr. Noon's saying, but it just doesn't seem to be, looks like a square box just dropped in the middle of a field with no character, but maybe that's what we're destined for.
One would hope our sites are a little higher than that, but Mrs. De Vries.
I was just going to say, Adrian, do you want to go on Google Street View and just do a little drive on Google Street View up and down Bucks Corner?
Yep, let me just go to, oh.
I've got Councillor King also wants to come in.
It's going off the screen for some reason. I can see it. So coming in from the top, see we have extended properties. We have, I think this is prior to the one being added on the end here. But we can certainly see the sort of the form of the roofs. We can see where the extensions have been done. At this point, when the date of this is 2009. Again, sort of one added on here. The original chimneys have been retained. I acknowledge that, but obviously someone's done a different form of chimney on this end here.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we come up to the far end, in terms of up here, so we do have different roof forms here, albeit on bungalows on Old Road.
Okay, Councillor Kingham.
Yes, I think a chimney, whether it's a functional chimney or a box, does give the character to the property. Regarding the roof, you don't have to put a full hip in. You can actually put either a half or a flying hip. So the hip starts halfway up the roof, so you get that little bit of softness on the roof rather than looking at a square box, which I think would look better.
Yeah. Okay, members. We have the application before us as it stands at the moment. We either look at granting with an amendment if people want to amend it, granting as it is, or we go for a refusal in that it's out of character. But it's up to members to go with what we think.
If it's softened down a bit.
How do we word?
I urge caution with that approach. The difficulty is the application you've got is a two-storey extension to the main property, which in itself in isolation is very similar to a two-storey extension that's happened almost on the opposite side of the road. So I'm assuming that members aren't raising an issue to the extension itself, but it's the size,
from my own
scale,
point of view,
design.
the extension, they've made every effort to keep the character of what is there. It's the standalone individual building that, first of all, is going to notice because it is narrow compared with everything else, but we emphasise that by having it as very...
Have you got the street scene photo, Adrian, or the street scene plan?
There we go.
Yeah. So I think that the difficulty members have is obviously what we can't do is determine it as it's currently submitted, as long as it looks different. So, you know, the option could be that you defer the application for further negotiations because it's not acceptable, or you refuse the application and we go back and negotiate. It would be, I'm assuming this is the first application, Adrian?
I believe so.
So the second application to try and address the reasons would be free of charge in terms of no planning fee. But I think it might be beneficial to hear through the debate what members feel may be acceptable as an alternative, because if there are concerns with it going forward, it would perhaps help us going back to the applicant or agent being clear in terms of what would or what wouldn't be acceptable. In terms of street scene, there are other examples of properties that have been added onto the semi-detached ones almost as a full terracing. So the question is, would members find that more appropriate? And then the question I think I would ask if I was going back to the members, given there's a 2-storey extension on the end of the semi-detached, you know, really you'd be looking at the width of the 2-storey extension plus the width of another property. Is that still something that members feel they could support, or is it something that would have to be reduced to look proportionate?
Okay, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a problem with the extension. I think if we put a chimney, if a chimney was inserted into the standalone building, I think that would suffice as far as I'm concerned. And I would be happy to move the recommendation on that, if that could be done.
Okay. Councillor.
I think because, all right, the street scene shows extensions which are long and thin, like chimneys, but they've got away with it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, my own view would be similar to Councillor Grimes. I think I would accept if it had a chimney, at least that helps. Personally, I quite like and we can't redesign it in committee, I know that. I did like actually what Councillor Kingham said, with a half hip on either end, you would be keeping the general format of the building, but that we've probably missed because we're at this stage where it's got to committee. But I would hope going forward that we'd look at similar applications and work out how we could make them more in character. But if Councillor Grimes is looking for a seconder, I'm happy to second on the basis that we grant subject to the additional of a false chimney, which we've done elsewhere.
Yeah.
Rather than going for a refusal and sending them around the loop, because I think that would add. If the applicants are prepared to go with that, fine. If not, they can always come back to committee. Okay, we have a recommendation that's been moved and seconded. Unless there's any further debate anyone wants to have on this one. All those in favour, please show. Okay, that's clearly carried. So permission granted with that amendment. Right, members, I think that brings us to the end of all our applications. Mrs. Nicholson, is there anything else that we need to deal with today? Nope. Thank you very much. In which case, we'll close the meeting and see you in 3 weeks. Thank you.